I will call to order the Caroline County Board of Supervisors meeting for April 12th. Could we all stand for the invocation? Heavenly Father, once again, we come before you, asking for your grace and your mercy over tonight's meeting, asking you to look upon us, continue to bless us in a special way. These and all blessings, I ask in your precious name. Amen. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Present tonight are all board members. To my far right is Mr. Clay Forehand from Madison. Next to him is Mr. Jeff Black from Western Carolina. To my immediate right, Mr. Jeff Seeley from Bowling Green. To my immediate left, Ms. Nancy Long from Port Royal. To my far left is Mr. Floyd Thomas from Mattapanai. Opening board comments, Mr. Forehand.
None at this time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Forehand. Mr. Black.
Yeah, I just have one brief one. I really want to congratulate VDOT on what they've been doing to try to take some of the trees down that are, still from the storm debris. I know I contacted Mr. Bates the other day, and he said they're still working. It'll be 1 or 2 months. They're still working on primary roads, and it'll be 1 or 2 months before they get to a lot of your secondary roads. With that in mind, I've had a few phone calls on a couple trees that are just, I guess, would be west of the entrance to Lewis and Clark Elementary. There's a couple pine trees that are kind of hanging over Ladysmith Road there. And in looking at them, they are. It is, and when you're going under them, if there's a thunderstorm, if one of those trees falls on a car going by, that would not be good. So I don't know if there's something that we can, if there's something that Mr. Schiebel can help with, if we see a few trees that are very, very dangerous, that could be something that could come down between the time and now and VDOT could get to them. I think that would be something that we may want to look into, because the last thing we want is a citizen driving down the road and be hit by a tree that we saw that was leaning over. So I don't know if Mr. Schiebel, and we can talk to Mr. Schiebel about that, but those are just the ones I see in my district on a major road, but that's the last thing we want. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Mr. Seeley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to bring everybody up, and I know that a lot of people watched the meeting late, but we had a broadband committee meeting last night. And for those who are not immediately covered with broadband by some sort of wire device, Starlink, one of the hexagons, has now been turned on over Caroline. I would encourage folks to take a look. I'll get a link put up on the county website on the map for Starlink that shows the quadrant that's up in Caroline right now. And it's the first one, and it's just recently come on, and I think that's going to actually propagate others. But there is equipment available, and it has been tested. Caroline County, the actual technology department, bought a Starlink antenna and has been testing it with very good results. So I would encourage folks to go look at the map. It's hard to describe. It covers a very large geographic area, but it's starting to give folks the ability to have broadband. The price has gone up a little bit. The initial connection is $689, and it's $129 a month. But based on the testing that we're doing, it looks like you can run many devices 4K down with no problem, and I'm talking more than 6. So I think if you're looking at something that you need at home, that this may be an opportunity to start getting broadband before we get everybody wired. Not that this is going to stop the committee and the county from looking at the wired positions and putting in for vanity grants, because that is still every county, every address in the county we're looking to do that for, but this will give an opportunity to start getting broadband much sooner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Seeley. Mrs. Long?
Just one thing, bouncing off of Mr. Seeley, the setup on that system is more expensive, but for those who do have Comcast or Breeze Line now, not I keep wanting to say Atlantic Broadband, Breeze Line, you know, we have to pay every month for our equipment because we have to rent it. We don't get to buy it. So that, look at that when you're considering this new technology. Yes, it's more money up front, but you're not paying a monthly rental fee on the equipment. So hopefully that will encourage some people to look into it. The only other comment I have is I want to congratulate the chief and staff and all the volunteers for what I hear was a successful spring fire school, and much thanks to Caroline Middle School and Bowling Green Town Hall for allowing them to use their facilities. And thank all the volunteers and staff for working on that, Chief. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mrs. Long. Mr. Thomas?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to further clarify what Mr. Seeley said when he said the hexagons, that's just an area of their service. And right now that hexagon is from outside of Bowling Green to outside of Port Royal. So that's the area they've got now. There's also some area on the western part of Carolina that they're looking at now. My only real comment was, as we look at the budget, we need to pay attention to what Public Works has. I've spoken to Mr. Schiebel, and the litter program that we had is basically at a halt right now for staffing. And there are some other maintenance things that Public Works is responsible for that with his short staffing, we really need to take care of. So that's a concern as we go through the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
And I hope Mrs. Long feels better.
Yep. I want to personally thank Chief Loftus and his staff for the fire school that was held over the last weekend. There were people attending the county from all over the state going through the fire school, and I know it was very successful. I came out during the opening ceremony. Unfortunately, Chief, I didn't make the steak dinner, but you can still take care of me, all right? But we really appreciate it. I don't think we've had the fire school for the last 2 years because of COVID. So it was really good just to see an auditorium full of folks who are our first responders, who are there in a time of need. I told them that, since I retired, I don't get up as often early as I used to. And then when the alarm went off at 7 o'clock, my heart just started pounding. And I can only imagine what happens to them in the middle of their sleep when the alarm goes off and they have to come to someone's house. The calm and the professionalism that they have to have immediately with the blink of an eye from the time the alarm goes off. So I want to personally thank our EMS and our first responders for all they do to keep us safe. And that's my opening comment. Next on the agenda are amendments to the agenda. Mr. Forehand.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add committee appointments.
Okay.
After long overdue, I have an appointment.
Okay, sir. I'll put that under presentations. Yeah. Mr. Black.
I just was wondering and if we can do it on after number 4. Just a brief, I know we're going to have work sessions dealing with the budget, but just kind of a brief overall discussion of it, if that's possible.
You want a brief discussion of the budget?
Yep. Yeah, on the budget. Yeah.
Okay.
So if we could make that.
All right, we'll just go 4A.
Yep.
Is that it, Mr. Black? Mr. Seeley?
Mr. Chairman, I know you put some stuff on the tabletop. Are you going to add that, or do you want one of us to add that for you?
I was going to add it, but now that he's added 4A, I think I can piggyback and we can discuss it at the same time.
Then I have nothing, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Seeley. Mrs. Long? Mr. Thomas? Uh, Again, I had an addendum, Chairman's budget findings, after talking to Mr. Cully and doing a little research. So we'll just discuss that as our budget discussion under 4A. So a motion to approve agenda with the addition of 4A and the appointment of a committee person for Mr. Forehand.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we approve the budget as amended.
There's a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
The agenda is amended. I second that.
The agenda, I'm sorry. The agenda. There's a second by Mrs. Long. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. This will be tonight's agenda. First on the agenda tonight is a report from Dominion Power regarding solar power and an overview of renewable energy.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Laura Wilson. I'm in the business development unit of Dominion Energy, and we are focused on developing the generation assets for the future of the Commonwealth. So tonight I'm going to talk about powering a greener future with renewable energy. Thank you.
We all do have the PowerPoint.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
So thank you.
Okay. So I know everybody knows who Dominion Energy is, but I'll just run over a few facts. We serve over 2.5 million customers in Virginia. We support our communities with volunteer projects. We reduced our carbon dioxide emissions by 57% since 2005, and we're committed to net carbon zero and methane emissions by 2050. We do all this while we keep the lights on and the energy rates low. Our rates are below national, regional, and state averages. And currently, we own the second largest solar fleet among companies like ours in the US. The main point to take away from all of this is we are invested in Virginia. We have customers, employees, stockholders throughout the Commonwealth. We will be here for the long term, and we are invested in Virginia and making it a great state. So very quickly, the Virginia Clean Economy Act, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, passed a couple years ago. And of importance to Dominion, it requires us to develop offshore wind, 5.2 gigawatts, energy storage of 2.7 gigawatts by 2035, solar or onshore wind of 16.1 gigawatts by 2035. And 200 megawatts of that needs to be on brownfield sites. And 35% has to be from third parties where we just purchase the power and don't actually own the generation asset. So what are the benefits of solar to you all? Well, it increases your local revenues significantly. It's a low impact use. Although it's usually in an area that's been rezoned industrial, unlike other industrial uses, it doesn't use water or sewer. And unlike other types of development, it doesn't have children to send to schools. It helps create clean energy jobs. Our projects use Virginia and locally based suppliers and labor whenever possible. It supports a clean and sustainable energy future in Virginia. And what are the sites like? They're emissions free, they're environmentally friendly, they help preserve the rural character if designed correctly. They're very low maintenance, they're non-reflective, and they're quiet. Economic impacts, I mentioned it increases your revenue. Construction jobs during the construction time period of a solar project can number in the hundreds or 1,000, depending on the size of the project. And we are very invested in the solar hands-on instructional network of excellence, which helps to train workers to work on solar projects. And then during this construction time, there's also opportunities for local businesses. There's the construction-related activities such as equipment rental, civil construction, the suppliers. There's timbering possibly if it's a timber site, and then the ancillary businesses that the construction workers will visit: hospitality, restaurants, gas stations. Ongoing, there's operations opportunities for vegetation management, and then there's also always a regional hub potential. If there's enough solar projects in an area, there might be a hub where people are dispatched out for the different projects. The fiscal impact to a county: increased real estate tax revenues. As I mentioned, typically these projects are built on ag land that is rezoned to industrial, and this is often a 10 times increase in assessment value or more. You get the choice of the M&T taxes on the investment or revenue share. I understand the county is in the process of adopting the revenue share ordinance. We'll talk about that a little bit more. There's also an upfront voluntary payment in the siting agreement if a siting agreement is negotiated and agreed to. And the transmission switchyard is taxed separately as a public utility property. So I said we talk a little bit about revenue share. I'm sure you're familiar with it since you're about to adopt the ordinance, but basically it's an either or. You can do the machinery and tools tax, or adopt the revenue share ordinance to replace the M&T tax. And the University of Virginia, if you have not seen it, has a great online tool called Soul Tax, where you can put in the different inputs and see which one would benefit the county better. I think since y'all are familiar with revenue share, you probably have looked at that, but it's $1,400 a megawatt per year for each project if you adopt the revenue share. And beginning in 2026, that will escalate 10% every 5 years. The nice thing about the revenue share is it's consistent, guaranteed income for 35 years. So a siting agreement: the law now requires solar developers to discuss and negotiate a siting agreement if they're going to build a utility scale project. And the agreement can include terms and conditions to mitigate the facility's impact, financial compensation to the host locality to address capital needs, and importantly, to the point you were talking about earlier, it can also include funds for the deployment of broadband. And if a siting agreement is reached, it automatically deems the solar project to be in substantial accord with the comprehensive plan. Although many counties are still requiring projects to go through their 2232 review, even if they have a siting agreement or prior to negotiating a siting agreement. So you do have that option. So what do developers look for when they're going to build a solar project? We do look all over the Commonwealth for our projects, as other developers do. There's always environmental considerations. We have to avoid wetlands, habitats of threatened and endangered species, archaeological and architectural features. But most of all, we're looking for land that is basically flat, has road and highway access, minimal impacts from shading, and access to the transmission system. And then the owner needs to be willing to sell or lease the land for a term of about 38 years, which includes the development and construction time. It often can be longer than that. I mentioned we look at key environmental considerations. We look at wetlands. We review publicly available information, and there's also field surveys and confirmation by regulatory agencies. Threatened and endangered species, the same thing. And cultural resources, the same review of publicly available information, as well as an archaeological review and architectural review by specialists in that area. And Dominion maintains internal departments that are expert in these fields as well to advise us. Sorry, I got lost. Dominion Energy is continually evaluating construction methods and technology to improve in all aspects of the development, construction, and operation of our solar projects. We are employing environmental best practices and improvements. We have employed stormwater design that prioritizes the lessons we have learned over the last couple of years. We have multiple layers of engineering design review and compliance inspections. We have environmental performance prerequisites for any contractors that work for Dominion in building these projects. And we make great effort to reach out to the community to communicate the construction activities and receive their feedback. We even have gone as far, we had a site where somewhat near a church, and when sites are being constructed, construction can be noisy, obviously. And there was a funeral and on a Tuesday, so we held off, had no construction that day for the funeral. So we do try to work with the community and be a good neighbor. I mentioned our stormwater and erosion control. We have put in enhanced perimeter controls now, employing double row silt fences with metal posts. We have limited drainage area sizing per stormwater basin to align with natural flow patterns. We're now using 25 acres per basin instead of the typical 100-acre requirement, or the 100-acre requirement. We're designing stormwater features for large volume storms, as we've experienced over the last couple of years. We review and approve for critical hold points in the construction sequence. So in other words, we're not gonna just go in and grade a whole site. We're gonna grade part, put in the proper stormwater before we go upland. We use a full suite of advanced vegetation practices to make sure that the site is stabilized. And we will be, of course, implementing the new DEQ requirements which have just come out regarding sheet flow to adjacent parcels. Actually came out within the last year. So a utility scale project, as I alluded to, takes a long time to build, about 4 years. So the first year, it's site study and survey work, all of those wetlands and threatened and endangered species studies and geological studies. Usually towards the end of that time, we'll implement county permitting activities, go through the CUP or SEP process. During the second year of development, we will be selecting a EPC or general contractor. And then typically by close to the end of year 2, if all goes well, we can get our land disturbance permit submitted by the EPC. Because we're a publicly regulated utility, we have to file with the SEC. That usually would be towards the end of year 2. And then by year 3, if we get our approval from the SEC, we can begin construction, which can take up to 18 months, again, just depending on the size of the project. So that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Edward.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. I think we do have a couple of questions. I know certainly I do, but I'll start with other board members. Mrs. Long.
Yes, thank you for being here tonight. But I think we got, the message may have gotten a little bit lost. We started asking for this 6 months ago when we were adopting things and we were starting to get applications. Can you tell me what the state, the government is requiring Dominion Power to do? Are these goals that you mentioned at the beginning ones that are mandatory from up above, or are those your personal goals?
So there's 2 parts to that. Yes, the slide, which is in your packet. The Virginia Clean Economy Act, the state does require us to develop 16.1 gigawatts of solar or onshore wind. there's no onshore wind in Virginia really, so
Yeah.
it's going to be 16.1 gigawatts of solar.
So
The
you can
second part
exchange.
that I was going to add to that, though, is that even prior to the BCEA, Dominion had adopted our zero emissions policy to be emission free by 2050. So while it's mandated for us to do this by the state, we were already doing it because the decision was made because we thought it was the best decision for our customers, our employees, and our stockholders.
And also my second question is, you buy power from smaller companies that are putting in plants when they get their permits. Do you check them out also? Are they held to the same standards, or is it just plug it in and sell us your power?
There is an RFP process for reviewing those projects, and so we do look at our standards and environmental justice and all that type of thing. I'm not sure, I have to check for you if that is quite as strict as our standards for those projects, but there is a review of projects.
Thank you. And if you can let me know when you find that answer out, I appreciate it.
Will.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mrs. Long. Mr. Thomas?
Yes, I did have a couple of questions, but first, is this Mr. De La Cruz here?
Mhm.
I just wanted to say thank you to him. I guess we're all on his distribution list, and I thank you for your storm and weather updates. They really are a big help, so I do appreciate it. Mrs. Wilson, you said you had the second largest fleet of solar. Is that just in Virginia, or is that in the 13 other states, Dominion
That is
supports?
in the United States. That's for investor-owned utilities. We have the second largest solar fleet in the United States.
Where do we rank in Virginia as just a state if we just counted Virginia?
Virginia among other states?
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to look it up, but I would say, I honestly don't know. California and North Carolina are at the top. We're catching up.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought, because I knew there's a connection between Virginia and North Carolina as far as Dominion. I thought North Carolina had a lot more than Virginia.
They definitely do. They got on the solar bandwagon early.
Quite a while ago, yes. The last thing it's kind of like what Mrs. Long said. Is Dominion actually constructing? I know in your slide presentation you showed the silt fences and things you do. Are you actually constructing any of the solar projects in Carolina, or are you just being an end user?
We do not have a project that we are constructing in Caroline County at this time.
Okay. Do you require those that you purchase energy from to live up to the construction standards you have, or is that totally up to them?
Again, we have an RFP process. We review the projects, so I'm sure that is part of the review process. I'm not on the acquisitions team, so I haven't really gone through that, but I will get an answer to that.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And again, Mr. De La Cruz, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Black?
I just have a couple questions. It says here that you want to go the 16.1 gigawatts by 2035, solar or onshore wind. What does that mean in layman's terms? Like, how many homes can I, with 16.1 gigawatts, how many homes can I electrify?
250 a megawatt, right? 250,000. 250,000 a megawatt, and 6.1. 16.1 is 16,100 megawatts. So it's 250,000 homes per megawatt. Oh, 215. 50.
Yeah, you're ready to throw a flag there. Okay, good.
I've gotten myself confused now.
So what's
250 per megawatt?
250
Is that
homes
right?
per megawatt?
So how many per gigawatt?
16 gig.
Do the math.
It's 16.1 gigawatts, which is 16.
So multiply it by 1,000.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, 1,000
right.
to get the megawatts, and then times 250.
Now,
homes.
the other thing too, when you guys say, when your company says that you want zero carbon emissions by 2050, does that mean, what does that mean for the plants that you have that are natural gas powered plants? Are those staying around, or
We are looking into options for that. We're exploring options for sequestering the carbon that comes off of plants.
Okay.
It's nothing on the table yet.
All right. Okay. Well, that's and is there is part of your portfolio still going to be, because I know you know, in the western part of Caroline, you're getting fairly close to the power plant Lake Anna. Is that part of the portfolio to keep on expanding out there as well? At the over at Lake Anna.
I don't believe there are
No.
any plans at this time to expand.
Well,
expand
anymore.
North
You have a regulatory permit for another reactor that was actually approved 5 years ago.
Right.
For reactor, but not for.
I'm calling a
No,
friend.
Well, I'm just kind of curious as to, is this just going to be a multi-layer approach to how you produce electricity? In other words, is
Yes,
nuclear still part of the?
We are taking an all-in approach.
Right.
Yes.
Yes,
But not
to that point regarding North Anna, we are looking at maintaining a diverse generation mix, which includes North Anna. At this time, we are not actively pursuing that third reactor, but we are making sure that we're holding one to that permit so that if the economic viability comes to fruition, we can pursue that, which would require SEC approval. But in addition, not necessarily expanding North Anna at this time, but we are focused currently on getting our subsequent license renewal, which will allow us to continue to use and operate both sites for an additional 20 years over top of their current license renewal. So nuclear is very much a part of our future energy mix.
Okay. And I guess the last thing, and maybe this may be, as far as, because I think Mr. Thomas hit on it before, if you have a like a third party that you buy electricity from, I know there's you know several projects here in Caroline that are coming in front of us, and in that facility, if there is an issue with that facility producing, for example, if there's a runoff issue or something, is that something you guys get involved with at all, or is that with a third party?
For an operational facility, I don't think we would get involved.
Okay.
No. We're just buying the power.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Seeley, Clady,
No,
okay.
all my questions were answered.
Wait.
Well, actually, one quick one. At one point, not so long ago, Dominion either owned or had all the leases of all the solar in the state. Is that the model you are still moving towards, or is that something that you will literally have third parties that you're just buying from?
We are required to buy some of the power from third parties. It's 35%.
No, I'm talking about you actually would buy the solar facility, or be your lease.
We do acquire projects, yes.
Okay, but that's
a very stringent RFP that we are making sure that they've been done according to our standards.
it's not 100% anymore. Is that correct?
100% what? I'm sorry.
Ownership of all the solar in the state.
No,
It used to be
we are
not so long ago,
required. We are required, like I said, to buy 35% from a third party.
Okay.
So we are acquiring projects to own. We're developing. That's what I'm doing. Developing projects from the ground up to own and operate, and then we, by state law, have to buy power from some third party projects, which we do not own or operate. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Forehand. Mr. Seeley?
Yeah, what do you mean by brownfield sites?
Oh, I got it. Abandoned sites.
You know, like an old landfill
Landfill
or
or
a site that's been contaminated in some way.
Okay, thank you.
Industrial site or something that's not being used.
Abandoned coal mines.
Cool,
We
yeah.
are doing a project on an old coal mine.
I looked it up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Jason Dela Cruz, Supervisors. Yes, brownfields. We are looking into former mined lands, so in Southwest Virginia. We do have a project that we announced last year. It's Highland Solar. It's in partnership with the Nature Conservancy, and that is the old Red Onion mine that we're looking to build. A little bit more challenges out there. It's a lot of different terrain, so we're in the process of looking at that, but we're a few years out.
I noticed that most of the sites that are being looked at in the county are farmland or wood area. And I guess my question is, how many of the brownfield sites have you located in the Virginia area, or particularly in Caroline County? Are there any that you would look at?
I think if there are
If there are any here, we'd
if
love
there
to
are
know about it.
if there are any
Yes.
available, please let us know.
Is-
We're most of the brownfields have been identified are really in the Southwest Virginia area, like again former mine land, land that's currently being mined and will be not there anymore and not being mined or operated.
So is your first priority in terms of expansion? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Sealer, were you finished? I'm sorry, I wanted to piggyback on that. I guess is your first priority then to look at brownfield sites, if possible, before you start taking away farmland and woods area, or what's your priority in terms of growing the solar industry?
I would say our priority is to look at all possibilities for
All
solar.
possible. Okay. My second question is, of the energy that's produced in a locality, how much energy remains used in that locality by the residents?
So the energy is fed into the electric grid, the wires, and it goes, electricity works by, it goes to where the need is. So it's unlikely it's going to flow out to another county, but if we're producing a lot, it might, exceed what's needed in the county, but it goes into your grid right here in Caroline County and then goes to where the closest need. We can't promise
Let me ask
at
about
all where the
Rappahannock.
electrons go once they're in the
Okay.
wires.
So since most of the residents in the county are Rappahannock Electric, any project that you do in the county then would be used elsewhere. Is that correct? The electricity that's generated, or would you have an agreement with REC, or tell me how that works?
The co-ops get their power off of the same transmission lines. They own the distribution lines.
Mm-hmm.
So it's possible that they would also be getting, or they would be getting
I understand possible, but what is the likelihood that the electricity generated from solar panels in the county would be used in the county?
I really don't think you can say. They go
You
where
can't
the
say,
need is.
okay.
I can I add one right there?
Yeah.
Maybe Mrs. Wilson, this will help. With energy deregulation a few years ago, you have the ability to sell your energy wherever you want. So you don't necessarily have to sell your energy in Caroline. You can sell it, to North Carolina or Maryland if you want.
Our goal is
That's just based on what the federal law says as far as energy deregulation. Now, if you'd like to make, a statement that says you're going to keep it in Carolina, I'd be willing to hear that.
we're producing energy for Virginia customers. We want to control the energy that we have here in Virginia for our customers. A lot of the energy that is produced from Dominion Energy is utilized by our partners. So again, you can't put a UPC code on an electron. So everything just goes to the grid and it just pulls out by the demand and the need by that area.
Okay. See,
Yeah,
that proves we can't say it's going to stay here.
So, but for solar project, it does feed directly into the grid, and then it's going to go where there's a need. It would not be probably sold to North Carolina. I can't say that for a fact, but I can tell you Virginia is one of the only states with growing demand. So we have increasing demand for electricity here in state. So we are developing that energy to meet the demand in Virginia.
And I believe that's your intention. I'm just bringing out the point that even though that's your intention, that's not necessarily what you have to do, right? Because if it's deregulated and I sell a megawatt in Caroline for $1 and I sell a megawatt in Maryland for $10, business will say I'm going to Maryland. Uh-oh.
But it's highly unlikely that electrons created in Caroline County are going to ever make it to Maryland. We're going to sell electricity off grid, maybe.
Okay.
But
I believe you.
And I'll add to that real quick as well. For speaking just for Dominion, not for other developers, because they have their own policies. But on the Dominion side, we have projects that are both where the electrons or the generation is going to our customers, whether that's Dominion Energy customer or the power is being purchased by a co-op. We also have merchant solar projects, which is where there's a specific off-taker that is purchasing that electricity. That does not necessarily mean that if it's Facebook that's purchasing that's going directly to them, but they're purchasing it.
That's
So
what I have.
there are
That's
times
16.
where the state of North Carolina could have the potential of doing a merchant solar project and purchasing that power, but at the end of the day, all the power is still going onto the same grid, and there is that differentiated piece between the different projects, whether it's merchant or not. So that might help clarify a little bit for you.
Thank you. Thank you. I just have two other questions. First, you mentioned that your goal is 16 gigawatts for the state of Virginia. How many acres of land would it take for you to get to that number?
Well, you've already seen I'm really bad at math, so
Well, maybe.
But the 16.1 gigawatts is what's mandated, and there's all different numbers that are thrown out there. But on average, about 8 acres a megawatt total is what's needed. But again, that's not disturbed land. You have to, buy or lease an entire parcel, and whatever's wetlands won't be developed on, or whatever's has too high a slope won't be developed on. So while you might have leased 100 acres, you might only build on 75 of those, and then of that, only about half of that actually has panels on it, because the rest of it is going to be basins and buffers and that type of thing.
So if you give me the number of acres needed, and I doubled that, then that would tell me the number of acres you need based on your conversation. Now you said that only 50% would be used. That means that you would.
No, I'm sorry, only
for
50,
panels.
The 8 acres is a total number.
I understand, but your comment just to me now was that considering the wetlands that may come, that you may buy 100 acres and only 50 acres have panels. That means you would have to buy, in some cases, twice as much land as you need to get to that number. Am I correct or am I incorrect, or did I misunderstand?
It's kind of going the other way.
It's going the other way.
Yeah. So when I go out and I say I need 8 to 10 acres or 8 acres of land, that's my total for a project. So 8 acres per megawatt. Then to build that number of megawatts, there's probably only going to be panels on less than 50%, actually. 50% is disturbed usually, which includes roads, buffers, basins, and then only a percentage of the 50% will have panels. But I'll still have built the project I intended with my 8 acres per megawatt.
Right. So the other 50% then is unused, correct?
It's kind of a land preservation.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
That's 128,800 acres.
28,000.
128,800 acres.
128,800 acres to do the 16 gigawatts.
Correct.
Okay. I'm just trying to get an idea in my head of the amount of land consumption. And my final question regarding the sheet flow, I know there was some conversation between DEQ and EPA regarding what was considered and some of the issues. And you said that it was there's been some kind of understanding between the two parties, and I don't think we've heard that. We've talked about that in many of our meetings. We were waiting to hear something from EPA and DEQ. Can you tell me what your understanding of sheet flow regulation is now from DEQ?
I would have to consult my subject matter experts, but there has been new guidance on sheet flow in particular, and we have to make sure that we either are able to design the project so that there is not sheet flow coming off of the project, stays within the project boundaries, or we have to work with the adjoining properties to get easements or whatnot.
But that was a sticky point for us in terms of stormwater and runoff, is that EPA was saying one thing, DEQ was saying another, and we've been trying our best to find a happy median as to what the real issue is and how you calculate the amount of water from the panels, And so I don't think we're at a happy place because we really haven't gotten a good answer from anyone yet. And I think that would be something that I would like to know and have an answer and an understanding of the difference, first of all, between what DEQ thought the regulation should be and EPA, the EPA, and then what is the happy median?
Okay. I can get you information on what's come out about sheet flow. There was a new ruling just within the last 2 weeks on solar panels being impervious surfaces.
Right.
We're working with DEQ right now to try to understand the meaning of that. I don't think anyone's had time.
I think that was our issue. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Mr. Underwood?
Yes, sir.
If I've done my math right, that's about 2,000 square miles, which is about 5 Caroline counties.
Is what's needed for those 16?
That's 16 gigawatts.
Okay. All right.
We're not going to build it all in Carolina.
Right. Well, Ms. Wilson, certainly want to thank you and your colleagues for coming. I think that answers a lot of questions for us, gives us some insight as to how we're looking at the solar projects. We think we still have some additional questions, particularly about stormwater, and I think that's a big issue. I was in North Carolina on the future 795, and I see that you have several. I think you have several solar farms along the new 795 that's coming. It's I forget what the route number is now, but it says future 795. So I was able to take a look. Some of them were very nice. Some of them I had a few more questions. So I really appreciate it, and thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you. You have my contact information on the last page, so be sure and reach out, and I will be sure and follow up with the questions that we didn't answer.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, board. Next, under presentation report, Mr. Forehand, your committee appointment.
Yes, sir. I'd like to nominate Mr. Michael Wallace to the Recreation Committee.
Wallace. Okay.
Second.
There's a motion and a proper second that we approve Michael Wallace for the Recreation Committee, Mr. Tom, for the Recreation Committee for the Madison District. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, that number will be forwarded to the clerk, and we'll move from there. Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. Item number 2. Any questions about the consent agenda? Anything need to be pulled? Further discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a proper second that we approve the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we have a closed meeting. We will begin public comment at 7:30. This should take us about 30 minutes for closed meeting. Mr. Black, if you'll make the motion for me.
I move that this board convene in closed meeting pursuant to 1, the personnel exemption of section 2.2 3711A1 of the Code of Virginia to discuss personnel matters relating to the duties and compensation of an employee in the county's planning department. And 2, the real estate and consultation with legal counsel exemptions 2.2 3711A3 A8 of the Code of Virginia for consultation with a county attorney and discussion with staff regarding potential acquisition or condemnation of real estate by the county for the use of a new fire station in the Sparta area, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the county's bargaining position or negotiating strategy.
Second. Any second?
Second.
All right, it's been properly motioned that we go into convene in closed session. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're going to be in closed session until 7:30. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We will now come back into open session. Can I get a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
A second? Is there a second?
Second.
It's a moving proper second. We come out of closed session. All in favor, say aye.
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 Mr. Black.
I move that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors certify that to each of the best board members' knowledge, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirement by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting to which this certification applies, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed session were heard, discussed, or considered by the board.
Mr. Forehand, you so certify?
I so certify.
Mr. Black, you so certify?
Certify.
Mr. Sealy, you so certify?
I so certify, Mr. Chairman.
Long, you so certify?
I so certify.
Mr. Thomas, you so certify?
I so certify.
And I so certify as well. All right, on to our agenda. Item number 3, proposed tax rate. Oh, public comment. That's most important. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move right into public comment. Public comment is an opportunity for all citizens to discuss any issue that is not a public hearing or scheduled as a public hearing. So public hearing comment is now open. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name, your magisterial district. Public comment is now open. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to the board regarding public comment during public comment? Is there anyone who'd like to speak to the?
So you
Yes.
would state my name and everything?
Name and just voting district.
Okay. Tanya Tunstall, Matty Panay. So I'm here because I have some concerns about, the budget in the schools. One of my questions is,
Yep, I think that is our public hearing for tonight. Yeah, it is. It's item number 3. So if you're going to talk about the budget, then that is part of our public hearing. That's item number 4.
so you want me to wait till then?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, I'm Janice Sadler of the Madison District, soon to be, I believe, the Port Royal District. I was here at the last meeting. I just wanted to reiterate my feelings towards Mr. B's Bluegrass Festival Park. Just want to make it known that I am not against him receiving his permit. But if he does receive his permit, so please, I think he should be able to abide by the noise levels and the times that he rents to different events. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during public comment?
My name is Warren Bosman, and I'm
Mr. Boston, is that right?
Bosman.
Boselman.
Yes, sir. I'm on a
Oh, Mr. B,
document 10,
okay.
but she spoke about the Bluegrass Park, and that's what we're talking about. And I apologize to the board for not being here the last meeting because I was out of town. And I could not hear what her complaint was about the park. I had the sheriff's department to check the records on the
It's
park
on-
for the
it's
last
number-
21 years, and we had one
Number
complaint
10.
in 016 of noise. And we're there to do different events. We've done 3 events last year. We're going to do 3 events this year, we hope. And that consists of 5 days total. And I have a 900-foot boundary around the property. I'm in the center of 88 acres. I don't know why they would have a problem with the noise, but we cut everything off at 11 o'clock at night. That's in the records. So, and if she had any complaints at all, they should have let us know. We'd have corrected them.
Oh.
We're here for the community, we're not Farm Bureau down the road with millions of dollars. We just do a wedding now and then for the local people, and we do a car show there. And last year we gave 1,200 book bags to the school and 1,000 to Spotsylvania schools. So it's all about the neighborhood.
Mr. Boswell, during public comment, we're not allowed to come back and comment on your comments.
Okay.
Your item number 10 to discuss
Right. Yes, sir.
so at that time, Mr. Fincham will discuss some of the issues and we'll discuss that further, but we will receive your comments.
All right. Thank you.
Now you can do those later if you choose also.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there?
Good evening, board, chairman. My name is Durante Rollins from the Mattapanai district. And if it is more appropriate for the basis of my speaking here today, I will come back at a later time. But I wanted to advocate on behalf of SAWS Virginia, which is a nonprofit organization that builds ramps in our community. If it is more appropriate at a later time, and we'll continue.
Yep.
Okay, I will continue.
That's now.
So SAWS Virginia is a nonprofit organization that builds ramps in our community, specifically Planning District 16, which has Caroline featured in Planning District 16. About 1/3 of the ramps that are built by SAWS Virginia are built here in Caroline County. Approximately 74 ramps have been built since 2019, the launch of the nonprofit. The nonprofit is a model nonprofit for the affiliate based in Indiana. So this is a great program that I support. I come as a board member for this nonprofit and wanting to add to the budget the possibility to have a reimbursement for the permit fees that it costs to build ramps. This would make a significant difference in the projects that the nonprofit will be able to complete in a year. Approximately 5% can be added to any given project because of the permit fee. So I have a little bit more numbers. So the average ramp length is about 50 feet, costing about $2,200, and that can vary depending on the project itself. If it's coming off of a taller foundation, it can cost a little bit more money, and that's approximately $44 per foot. And the permit fee at $144 can be approximately 3 feet of that ramp. So the more that the nonprofit can put into the materials means that they can build more ramps for constituents in our community, and it'll go a little bit further. So majority of the funding comes from fundraising comes from grants, events, and donations. It's volunteer led, very much like a Habitat for Humanity, where you have volunteers come out and build these ramps, and also so that's about what I have right now, and any information that you could need to make a decision in the future, I could provide to you. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rollins. What I would suggest is that you get with staff, and this wouldn't be the appropriate time to have a discussion, but come back and do a presentation for us, and then we can take action. We can't take action during public comment. So thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
And SAWS is SAWS, right?
SAWS.-Virginia.
Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment? Last time, is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment? Seeing no one coming forth, public comment is now closed. Now we'll move on to item number 3, proposed tax rate for 2022. Mr. Pardon.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Presenting subbing in for Mr. Cully, who's under the weather and at home. The purpose of the public hearing before you tonight is to hear comments from the public regarding the proposed tax rates for tax year 2022. And the adopted rates for calendar year 22 is what we're talking about, not fiscal year 23. So that means that these rates would first apply to the June 22 tax bills. The tax rates proposed in the county administrator's budget are the same as tax year 21 with the following exceptions. There is a decrease proposed in the personal property rate from $3.80 per $100 of assessed value to $3.50 in response to a sharp increase in the value of cars and trucks. And this reduction would also apply to personal property owned by public service corporations. There is a corresponding decrease in the alternative personal property tax rate that we offer for one motor vehicle for qualifying disabled veterans under the county and state code. And that rate is currently $266 per $100 of assessed value. It would drop to $245. The board will also need to adopt the rate of tax relief to be provided as part of the Personal Property Tax Relief Act, or PPTRA, which was originally adopted by the General Assembly in 1998. And Carolina receives a capped amount of $2,371,896 from the Commonwealth as part of the PPTRA to apply toward personal property tax relief up to the first $20,000, I believe, of the value of the vehicle. And of course, as that assessed value rises over time, the percentage of the personal property tax relief that's provided under the PPTRA diminishes with it. So it declines every year, and this year is no exception. Commissioner's office is recommending that the board establish that rate at 23.6%, again for tax year 2022. And just for perspective, it was 27% last year. I do need to say that the recommended PPTRA percentage is based on the personal property tax rate of $3.50 that's in the county administrator's proposed budget. And should you decide to lower that rate, that the PPTRA rate will need to be recalculated. I believe the commissioner's office is able to do that here tonight if necessary.
Mr. Parton, what was that rate again?
The recommended PPTRA rate is
23.6, but what was it prior to that?
It was 27.
Even?
And 27 even, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. So should the board so choose, you can adopt the tax rates tonight after the public hearing. We would encourage you, if not tonight, to adopt them very soon, because the treasurer's office needs ample time to prepare the bills and mail them out well in advance of the June 5th deadline. Concludes my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Parton.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Board members have any questions for Mr. Parton before I open up public hearing? All right. All right. Public hearing is now open for the proposed tax rate for tax year 2022. Is there anyone who'd like to come forward and speak regarding this matter? Please come forward. State your name and your magisterial district. Is there anyone who'd like to come forward and speak regarding the proposed tax rate for 2022? Yep. No, that's it. No, I'm not. Last time, is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding the personal property tax rate for tax year 2022? Seeing no one coming forward, this public hearing is closed. Board, how do we wish to proceed?
Move the tax rates be adopted as stated.
Second.
There's a motion and a proper second that the tax rates for the tax year 2022 be approved. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. Public hearing item number 4, County Administrator's proposed fiscal year 22-23 budget.
Mr. Chairman, again, Mr. Cully is unable to join us tonight. Finance Director Tamika Smith will make the presentation. She's
Thank you, sir.
well versed in the budget than I am.
Good evening, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of the board.
Good evening.
Start the presentation with the fiscal year 2023 proposal.
Ms. Smith, if you could bring the mic down just a little, I can't really hear you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Is that better?
Yep.
All right. All right. Okay. I will make this as brief as possible. There are quite a bit of slides. We're going to begin with an overview of the county administrator's proposed fiscal year 22-23 budget. The fiscal year 23 general fund budget is $58,990,441, which is $4,028,938, or 7.3% more than fiscal year 22. There are 22 items that make up the variance of the $4 million, so I'll briefly run through those items. Number one would be the board approved increase to the employer portion of the employee health insurance. That cost was $673,564, and that is a 16.72% increase to the general fund. Number two would be the proposed 19 new firefighters, the new FTEs within the fire and rescue department. That cost would be $561,710, and that is a 13.94% increase. Number three would be the pay increases for the remaining non-mandated county employees, and that would be those employees who are on the county pay plan, so those excluded within the public safety pay plan. That cost would be $411,467, which is a 10.21% increase. Number four would be general fund vehicles. Those are financed by leases. They would cost $373,370, and that is a 9.27% increase. Number five would be an increase of 4 new FTE positions that were approved mid-year, this current fiscal year 22. That cost for a full year for those 4 employees would be $360,278, which is an 8.94% increase. Number six would be step increases as part of the public safety pay plan. That includes those deputies and those fire and EMS employees identified last year for the public safety pay plan. That cost would be $357,074, and that is an 8.86% increase. Number 7 would be a proposal for 5 new FTE positions within the county: a deputy director of planning, an HVAC mechanic, E911 dispatcher, water operator 2, and an administrative assistant in the county administration office. That cost would be $355,329, and that is an 8.82% increase. Number 8 is the increase for the general fund transfer to debt retirement with a cost of $334,577, which is an 8.3% increase. Number 9 would be the increase to contributions to the VRS system, and that is due to the increase in employees as well as a change in the rate. That cost would be $180,367, which is a 4.48% increase. Number 10 is an increase in Fica due to salary increases and new positions as well, for a total of $167,993. That is a 4.17% increase. Number 11 would be mandated 5% salary increases to the comp board offices. This would include constitutional offices, excluding the sheriff department, because they would be included in the public safety pay plan. And of course, this is an item that is up for discussion at the General Assembly. That cost would be $112,151, and that is a 2.78% increase. Number 12 would be health insurance for the new firefighters, the new FTE in the fire and rescue department. That cost would be $107,089, which would equal a 2.66% increase. Number 13 is a transfer to Social Services Fund, and this is an increase of $103,748, which is a 2.58% increase. Number 14 is an increase to the Commonwealth Attorney Department salaries, and that is $101,080. This includes a position that was added at after budget last year. 2.51% is the percentage of increase. Number 15 is increased costs to regional corrections, a total of $99,115, which is a 2.46% increase. Number 16 is the proposal of a $1,000 bonus for all comp board funded positions, and this is up for discussion at the General Assembly as well. That would cost us $94,000, which is a 2.33% increase. Number 17 is an increase to maintenance service contracts, a total of $88,359, and that's an increase of 2.19%. Number 18 is an increase to hourly rate for part-time solid waste employees, and that will cost $86,929, which is a 2.16% increase. Number 19 is an increase for insurance costs for those 5 new positions. Those are the non-public safety positions. That's $79,325, which is a 1.97% increase. Number 20 is a 5% mandate for sheriff deputies, and that's something that's up for discussion at the General Assembly. This would assist in making those step increases, raising those to ensure that each employee has a 5% increase. That is going to be $50,366, which is a 1.25% increase. Number 21 is the proposal of new part-time employees. And there is 1 that is being requested in HR and 3 in Parks and Rec, in which they're instructors for different programs. The total would cost us $28,760, and that's less than 1%. And lastly, the remaining variance in the budget is within decreases. So $193,900 is the remaining general fund total decreases in various departments. There is also a $503,842 decrease of general fund transfer, which supports the utility fund for water and sewer, and that contributes to a 17.32% decrease within the general fund. Next, I'll switch over with a couple of screens that just shows a comparison between the funds and gives us a total of all the combined funds. You will see that there is an increase in the Social Services Fund of about 6.8%, $209,000, taking us to $3.3 million. For CSA, it's level funded. Debt Retirement Fund, again, that's that increase, and that includes both the school and the county's debt retirement, the debt fund. Law Library has a $200 increase.
Ms. Smith, before you go further,
Yes, sir.
the debt retirement fund includes what the county is doing for the wastewater in the northern part of the county?
Well, this debt retirement fund actually just includes the general government piece.
Oh, that's utilities.
The
That's right. I'm
utility
sorry.
falls under the utility.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
That's right. Thank you.
No worries. Courthouse Maintenance Fund is level funded. Tourism has a slight increase of $31,343. The Fire Rescue, and this is their grant fund, has a slight increase of $12,120. The Proffer Fund is level funded. The Program Income Don Housing Fund is level funded. The Sheriff Special Revenue Fund has a slight decrease of $26,000, and so does the Economic Development Fund, slight decrease of $75. Utilities Fund, Mr. Thomas, that's where that debt would be. So there is a $3.3 million increase, but that includes some of the CIP infrastructure items as well as the debt. The Don wastewater system has a slight decrease of 15,476. Our Caroline detention facility has an increase of 350,000. The CARES Act, of course, we budgeted for $3 million in fiscal year 22, but unless they advise us that we're going to get some more federal money, we would only have 42,000 that we're going to move from there. Now, this environmental management fund is a new fund for the year. This is actually the Hanover Soil Conservation, where we pay their payroll and they actually pay us back. So it was included in the general fund in fiscal year 22. So you'll see that there's an increase in the amount of the general fund total. But when we take that out, that's where that $4 million variance comes in. The CIP fund has an increase of 1.7 million. School CIP has an increase of 14,820. And the general fund, that's where that variance comes in at. So if for fiscal year 22, that 55 million actually contains the nearly 400,000 that was for the environmental management fund. And if we take that out, that's where we'll see the increase of the 4 million, taking us from the 54 million to 58,990,441 for this fiscal year 23. And lastly, on this page, we have the interfund transfers. You'll see that there's a slight increase of 13,654 for those transfers from the from fund to fund. Next, we have the school funds, school operations fund. There's an increase of 5,118,920. For the textbooks fund, a reduction of 322,358. School special and grants fund, an increase of 361,555, and the school cafeteria fund, a $2,009 increase. We'll see a slide coming up shortly that is similar to this that will show another depiction of that. Bringing us to the total combined funds for fiscal year 22. The total combined funds for Caroline County and the school system, $119,081,568. Fiscal year 23, $131,589,583, which has an increase of $12.5 million. As far as requests are concerned, the total general fund department requests were $61,634,299, and that's an increase over fiscal year 22 of nearly $7 million, or 12.59%. The county administrator's proposed budget, however, cut $2.6 million of that department request. So this is the slide that I was reflecting earlier. It's just showing the school operations fund, textbook, special funds, food service fund, and shows what the total school budget is, $67,238,175. So that's inclusive in that total combined funds that's here. Their total increase would be $5,160,126, or 8.31%. Just to dig a little deeper into the school funds, the local funds that are being offered to the school, the transfer to the school operations fund, which is $15,346,962. We are proposing the same as fiscal year 22, so a proposal of level funding. The transfer to textbooks fund, $195,613, which is an increase of $42,495 over fiscal year 22. The transfer to bus leases, $227,685, and that's a decrease of $5,135. However, this is the debt that is being paid, so ultimately it should be decreasing. And the transfer to school CIP bus purchases, $579,509, which is an increase of $42,820. The county's total transfer to schools would be $16,349,769. Next, we'll look at the school CIP, which it would be $914,509, which is an increase of $14,820, and the school debt service, which is $4,989,062, which is an increase of $108,362. The total local funds to schools, $22,253,340. And that concludes the overview of the county administrator's proposal for the fiscal year 23 budget.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. Before I open up public hearing, board members, you have any questions for Ms. Smith? All right. The public hearing regarding the county administrator's proposed fiscal year budget 2022-23 is now open. Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Please come forward, state your name and your magisterial district.
Good evening, Chair Underwood, Vice Chair Black, and members of the board. My name is Sean Kelly. I'm a resident of the Madison District, father of middle and high school students, vice chair of the Caroline County Public School Board, and a public school teacher in a neighboring division. I'm here as a parent, elected official, and I'm here to encourage you to invest in our school division. The findings associated with the 2018 salary study hold true. CCPS salaries remain well below the minimum marked value of our region. CCPS teacher salaries at steps 0, 5, and 10 years of experience continue to fall 14 out of 16 when compared to, it's a long list, Spotsylvania, Stafford, Henrico, Chesterfield, King and Queen, Essex, Henrico, King George, Fredericksburg City, Louisa, Culpeper, Richmond City, Orange, Goochland, and Hanover. Communities are a reflection of the schools they keep. Help us recruit and retain the best and brightest educators and staff through investing in employee compensation. As the largest employer in the county, CCPS is requesting funding for a 3% cost of living raise for all 700 employees. An investment of $1,133,309 in a time when the locality has experienced a sizable increase in funding from rising property values and increasing sales tax revenues is feasible, it's impactful, and it's a wise investment. I believe the Caroline County community supports our schools and values our teachers. They support our staff and the leaders. I believe the Caroline community deserves the best for our students. Please rescind the recommendation for level funding and fully fund the 3% cost of living adjustment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter?
Good morning, Chair.
Good afternoon.
Chair.
Good evening.
Vice Chair Black, members of the board. I'm self-organized here. Good evening. I'm John Copeland. I'm the school board representative for Western Caroline. I'm going to try to explain why I think that you should support the 3% cost of living raise for us. Barring no major changes by the General Assembly to the governor's proposed budget, the Commonwealth's strong financial position to the governor's proposed budget, the support for increased teacher compensation and pre-K through 12 programming will result in a $5.6 million increase in state funds to CCPS. The influx of state funds paired with increased local revenues provides the Caroline community with a rare opportunity to make a sizable investment in the betterment of its schools and its employees. To be more specific, CCPS will use $3.2 million of the proposed 3.5 to fund the 7% compensation increase for all staff, as well as 8 additional positions, consisting of 2 CTE teachers, special education teachers, an elementary math coach, an HVAC technician, director of finance, and 2 grounds persons. The remaining $2.4 million in new state funds is one-time money that's been proposed for facility improvements and technology. These funds cannot be used for compensation.
And if all goes like we expect, the House may remove this from the budget. So we may only end up with the 3.2. So why is the 7% compensation increase do we need the additional 3%? We're getting that. Well, as previously mentioned by Mr. Kelly, CCPS salaries are not regionally competitive. In all surrounding counties, if all surrounding counties provide a state recommended 5% salary increase, while we provide 7, CCPS will rank 14th out of 16 regionally for years 5, 0, and 10 of experience. However, with a 7% increase, adding the 7% and the 3% COLA, all CCPS employees will receive a 10% raise. This would begin to shift our narrative as we become more regionally competitive, moving us from 14th to 12th. 10% will only move us up 2%. So we need that to be competitive, to keep teachers here, to keep our rotation of our teachers out so we can get our average years of experience higher than just 3 or 5 years. We need teachers with experience. As we become more regionally competitive, we demonstrate a collective commitment to the people of Caroline, the schools, and the employees of Caroline. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Copeland.
Good evening, Chair Underwood, Vice Chair Black, and members of the board. I'm Calvin Taylor, resident of the Port Royal District, former classroom teacher and administrator, former member of the Board of Supervisors, representing the Port Royal District, and a school board member, and a parent of 2 graduates of Caroline High School. Schools across the nation have experienced an increase in vacancies and critical shortage teaching positions. Since the 2018-19 school year, the United States has experienced a 62% increase in critical shortage teaching positions and a 35 to 40% decrease in students enrolled in traditional teacher preparation programs in colleges and universities. The Commonwealth of Virginia alone began this year with over 1,400 unfilled teaching vacancies. It is essential that Caroline County Public Schools provide competitive compensation to recruit and, more importantly, retain qualified staff, which in turn will improve student outcomes. Listen to the whys behind how critical the 3% COLA is to our school division. Currently, Caroline County Public Schools has 485 employees who worked in Caroline for less than 10 years. This represents 69% of our workforce. Of the 485 employees who worked less than 10 years, 207 or 40% represent classroom teachers. Of the 207 classroom teachers with less than 10 years of experience, 111 are classified as novice teachers with 0 to 3 years of experience. Statistics show that educators are more likely to leave the profession during their first 3 years of teaching, especially when higher compensation can be achieved in a nearby locality. And the final why, throughout the 21-22 school year, Caroline County Public Schools has experienced 140 instructional vacancies, 64 operational vacancies, with 24% of these openings still unfilled. The data tells our story. With 69% of our workforce serving under 10 years in Caroline County Public Schools, a 2022 attrition rate of 20%, and the local and national teacher shortage, it is essential that Caroline County Schools no longer falls 14th out of 16 in the region. Help us to help your children, the young neighbors, and the current and future Carolina leaders by providing our students with the best educators and support staff in the Commonwealth. Please fully fund the 3% COLA request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Good evening, Chair Underwood, Vice Chair Black, members of the board. I am Christopher Caldwell, resident of the Mattaponi District, employee of Caroline County Public Schools, and a parent of a current and upcoming student. Of the school board's division, $7.3 million fiscal year 23 capital improvement proposal, the county administrator recommended $914,509 in funding for capital needs, which includes 5 school bus replacements, maintenance and student transport vehicles, grounds equipment, staff computers, and classroom technology. This number reflects a $14,820 increase over the fiscal year 22. The following items were not included in the county administrator's fiscal year 23 proposal: Caroline Middle School HVAC replacement, Caroline Middle School parking lot pavement, Caroline High School HVAC for the auto lab, the agriculture shop, and building trades, Caroline High School baseball stadium upgrades, Caroline High School practice field improvements, Lewis and Clark Elementary School intercom system upgrades, Lotus Academy restroom renovations, Caroline High School restroom renovations, Caroline High School bathroom vaping sensors, Caroline Middle School front office renovations, Caroline High School turf field, Caroline High School multi-purpose facility, Madison Elementary classroom furniture, Caroline Middle School chalkboard and furniture replacement, Caroline Middle School and Caroline High School carpet replacement, and Caroline Middle School auditorium seating. While CCPS recognized that all submitted needs will not be funded, one CIP item remains critical for further consideration. The HVAC system at Caroline Middle School is the original equipment installed in 1992. Per the December 2020 air quality study, the system is at the end of its equipment life cycle. CCPS has set aside $3 million of one-time COVID grant funds to support the total system replacement. However, the project costs approximately $4 million, which is why CCPS requested $1 million in capital improvement funding to complete this project. The $3 million of CCPS COVID grant funding set aside for this project expires September 2024. With the industry's extended supply chain timelines, it is critical to fund the project and get it under contract as soon as possible to ensure that the work is completed by September 2024. With 75% of the $4 million projected project covered by the school division grant funding, CCPS is requesting that the Board of Supervisors revisit the request for $1 million to avoid the loss in grant funding and costing the county taxpayers more money in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell.
I brought my support system.
That's okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Carrie Smith, and I am one of 14 support staff assigned to Madison Elementary Schools.
Your voting district, Miss?
I'm an employee. I don't live in Caroline County.
Thank you.
I had the opportunity to attend a CCPS budget meeting in late January and was shocked and disheartened to learn that when comparing salaries, Caroline County Public Schools is ranked 14th out of 16 surrounding counties. When talk turned to a 7% pay increase from CCPS and then a single request to you, the Board of Supervisors, to provide 3% cost of living allocation, wistful murmurs started to ripple amongst the paras seated around me. Maybe I can actually afford a new used car, one whispered. Maybe I could actually quit one of my 3 jobs, one said with a doubtful shrug. I started to realize that maybe I needed to have some really honest conversations with my colleagues about their financial struggles and the emotional toll it takes on them. We have single mothers who work 2 jobs during the week and a third on the weekends just to make ends meet. We have head of households who are trying to stretch every penny, making decisions like, do we buy groceries or pay the electric bill? Now, I was not born, raised, nor educated in the United States, but I grew up hearing that this is the land of opportunity. So I struggle to wrap my head around why 80% of our paras who live and work in this community are being paid an average salary of approximately $15,000 per year, which is well below the cost of living allocation. They live in this community. They pay your taxes, they buy groceries, they fill up their cars with gas, they support your local businesses, and they kneel beside you in church. They are an investment in the future prosperity of Caroline County. I have worked with these individuals and watched them love, nurture, and educate the children of your community. I have been in the trenches with them during one of the most horrific pandemics to strike in over 100 years. And never once did they hesitate to wipe away a stray tear, lean in close to whisper words of encouragement, or adjust a broken mask, all for the children of this community. Now, none of us go into education for the money. It is a calling, a passion to guide the next generation to be better than we were. We may not go into it for the money, but many of my para colleagues are leaving because of it. So I ask you, if a budget truly is the embodiment of our values, then don't you think it's time we start valuing the backbone of our schools? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, lady. Please, please. Please, no applause during comment. Please, thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Underwood, Vice Black, and the rest of the board. My name is George Spalding. I'm in Bowling Green District. I'm also the representative to the school board, and I've lived in Bowling Green since 1971. I've had 2 daughters who graduated from the Caroline schools, both of them very successful, so our education is there. What I'm here tonight to do is talk about grant funds, what they can do and what they can't do. A lot of times there's confusion on this. Over the past 2 years, both Caroline County schools and Caroline County have each received over $10 million COVID relief funds, which have very specific focus and eligibility criteria. Since 2020, CPS has strategically analyzed and identified pandemic-related needs associated with virtual learning technology, mitigation, and prevention strategies. As the pandemic progressed, CPS began focusing and is continuing to use COVID grant monies toward resources, supplies, services needed to address in-person learning, continued mitigation strategies, air quality, summer learning, mental health, wellness, and learning loss. Some Board of Supervisors and community members have asked, why doesn't the school division fund their requested 3% cost of living increase with grant funds? The answer is easy. The grants are one-time monies with a final expiration date of no later than September 24. As a result, it would not be a physically sound practice for Caroline County Public Schools to use one-time grant monies to fund an ongoing or reoccurring expense like annual compensation for all 700 employees. More importantly, an ongoing across-the-board employee raise does not mean the grant eligibility does not meet that grant eligibility criteria. Because of these 2 factors, CPS has requested local support from the Board of Supervisors for the funding of a 3% COLA at the approximate cost of $1.1 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Spaulding.
My name is Sean Taylor. I'm a teacher at Madison Elementary School. I do not live in the county, but I've been teaching for 22 years. So I've been dedicated. I've been here when Lady Smith Elementary was around, Lewis and Clark was built, Madison Elementary started. I've taught 4th grade, I've taught 5th grade, I've taught special education. I've been there through it all. So I've been seeing all my friends, all my coworkers come and go, yet I stayed. As I continued to stay and new people came in, whose job is it to mentor these new people but us veteran teachers? There are 3 veteran teachers left at Madison. There are new teachers coming in left and right. It's making it very hard to enjoy your job. As the years go by, you're given more responsibilities of being ILT, which is instructional leadership, for your grade level. Who's going to do that? The veteran teacher, because the new teachers come, they stay for a year or 2, and then they leave. We need your help to keep those new teachers there as I'm mentoring them and molding them and helping them do the best that they can and be the best teacher they can. They leave once I'm done mentoring them. So they take what we teach them as veteran teachers and they take it elsewhere. This is my 3rd year as being Teacher of the Year at Madison Elementary. I take pride in what I do. I like to help those who come, but it's getting tiring as the years go by. And I am mentoring, probably in the last 10 years, I probably mentored about 8 people. So that means 8 new people coming in that I'm putting on my plate to help guide to do their jobs and teach them the Madison way. I'm just asking for your help and supporting us and putting the 3% raise in so that we can keep those teachers and they want to stay. Because as more coworkers leave, they're offering positions like, come teach with us. You get these benefits. Look how much more money you make. Yet I'm still here. So please help people like me who have been here and the ones that are new that are coming being taught to stay.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Good evening, Chair Underwood, Vice Chair Black, and other members of the board. I am Jessie Rollins, Mattapanai District. I have graduated 4 of my own children and 2 nieces and a nephew, and now working on a 3rd grandchild to graduate from our schools here in Caroline, and they are doing very well. We have a team of people in Caroline County that show up every day to take care of over 4,000 of our children. We are led by a team of board members, superintendent, assistant superintendent, chief operations officer that have been recognized by the state of Virginia with Board of the Year, Master Board, Board of Distinction, Superintendent, Assistant Superintendent of one of the State Superintendents of the Year, Assistant Superintendent, Virginia State Impact Award, the Virginia School Business Official Cardinal Award. In other words, we are led by a team of people who walk the talk and are proud to be in the field of education, respected by their peers, and continual commitment to excellence. It is, however, disheartening to see educators all but beg current and former educators to support educators with finances that impact their desire to continue to teach in Caroline County. Over 2,300 people increased their response to our census in 2020 at the tune of approximately $2,000 more dollars here to Caroline from that pie in the sky. That's about over $4 million more dollars of funds coming to Caroline County, because when people responded, yes, they responded to supporting schools and first responders here in Caroline County. I encourage your consideration of supporting our school budget and send a clear message to over 700 people Thank you for showing up for the children of Caroline County. The revenue is there on both sides. This can be a historic year at the end of COVID and the trauma that all of us have experienced for our families and our children to do the right thing and honor education and educators. Imagine the front page of the Freelance Star when it reads, Board of Supervisors fully funds Caroline County Schools budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ronald.
Good evening, Chair Underwood.
Good evening.
Vice Chair Black, and members of the board. My name is Dr. Paige Carter, and I have lived and loved here in Caroline for 30 years and reside in the Mattaponi district. I'm also a parent of 3 graduates of Caroline High School. I'm proud to serve as the Director of Special Education for Caroline County Public Schools. I love our county, and I'm highly committed to the betterment of our schools because I know how that will grow the community that we all love. As a resident, the idea of equalizing taxes or getting rid of licensing fees or cutting other things sounds wonderful, but we have to be careful of the cost. I know that our teachers receive less in compensation than 13 of our regional neighbors. Every year, teachers leave to join divisions with a more competitive package. This year, I have teachers, let me rephrase, fully licensed special education teachers from other divisions reaching out to me to come here, but they cannot make the sacrifice. It's too big of a pay cut. Add gas prices, inflation, and all the things that we're trying to protect our citizens from, and it bars fully licensed teachers from coming here. I know that you want to consider the citizens of Caroline County, your constituents, and the impact of inflation and rising assessments. While I appreciate that as a resident, I thank you, but I also ask that you consider the impact to our classrooms that serve our youngest citizens. Yes, schools across the Commonwealth did receive additional state funds. Here in Caroline, we're choosing to use that to fund a 7% increase in compensation. Why? Not because we don't need anything in the classroom, not because we're overspending everywhere and we've tightened our belt, because we have to. We don't have a choice. We have substitute teachers in classrooms, open positions all over the state. It's a national teacher shortage. We really must fund our schools in a way that will allow us to recruit and retain fully licensed teachers. The 7% increase we've planned allows us merely to keep pace with our rank of 14 out of 16. But an additional 3% COLA from the county would allow us to start to be competitive, to move up to number 12. Again, there is a national teacher shortage. Being competitive has never been more important. As a resident, I believe that the cost of saving me a few dollars, such as the $30 licensing fee, comes with too high a cost, and the cost impacts our students who fully deserved, fully staffed, qualified, quality schools. Please take another look at your budget. Reconsider. Reconsider an increase proportionate to the 7% increase the county received. Consider an increase proportionate to the percentage of your budget that is the schools. Please take another look. Listen to the voices telling you tonight how important this is and what a difference it will make, not just for now, but the future. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Paige. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? If you could start coming forward, that would help us a little. The front row is empty on both sides.
Good evening,
Good
Chairman
evening.
Underwood, Vice Chairman Black, members of the board. It's nice to see all of you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kim Hayslip, and I'm a resident of the Mattaponi District, as well as a devoted employee of Caroline County Public Schools. I began my journey here 26 years ago, and as I told you last year about this time, it's been one of the greatest pleasures of my life to work with the students, families, teachers, staff, and leadership
of Caroline County. In addition to being a resident of the county and a CCPS employee, I'm also the proud parent of a recent graduate of Caroline High School. I believe in Caroline County and I believe in CCPS. The past couple of years have been challenging, to say the least. Our teachers and staff have had to venture into uncharted territory over and over again. Overall, they have done so with grace and with a constant focus on the needs of our students. I cannot emphasize enough how much greater those needs, academic, social, and emotional, have become due to the impact of the pandemic. Currently, our teachers, as you've heard many times over this evening, your teachers are paid salaries that place them 14 out of 16 when compared to the salaries of teachers in neighboring divisions. No one should be okay with that. Not one of us should be okay with that. This year, the school system has requested enough funding to support a 3% cost of living increase that would be paired with a 7% raise for a total increase of 10% for all employees. While that seems astronomical at first glance, it would only improve our position to 12 out of 16 other divisions in the region. You got to let that sit, for a minute. That's, a huge, huge thing to consider. To not take advantage of the chance to identify the necessary funding to support, to not take advantage of the chance to identify the necessary funding to provide the increase would be a tragic missed opportunity and would communicate the message that the teachers and the school division are indeed not really a priority. With the funds available, the county should jump at the chance to send a message to teachers and staff that they're important enough and valued enough to be compensated at a level that can at least begin to be competitive with surrounding divisions. I'm sure you've read the articles, watched the news, and seen the statistics that show what's happening in education and what's projected to happen in the future in terms of staffing. College students are not enrolling in teacher education programs, and educators are leaving the profession in greater numbers than anyone should be comfortable with. The strain of it is already being felt here, and our students, teachers, staff, and administrators are suffering because of it. It is in everyone's best interest to do all that we can to retain and hire qualified teachers. Avoiding the possibility of having too many vacancies to fill is critical to the well-being of our school division, our staff, our students, and the future of our county. Competitive pay is absolutely essential. As a veteran educator, a longtime resident, and a parent of a Caroline High School graduate, I implore you to set aside the notion of level funding and support the school division's request in full. Now is the time to do this. Take this opportunity to communicate a message to our teachers, staff, students, and families, a message that says you are the best, our students are the best, and we'll stand beside you with the monetary support to show everyone that we believe in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hayslip.
Good afternoon, Chairman Underwood.
Good evening.
Members of the board, my name is Justin Chenault, and I'm from the Bowling Green District. Not only do I have 4 children in the schools, I'm a dedicated volunteer. I love this community, and I pour my heart and soul into it. The problem is we keep hearing this 14 out of 16 number. The problem is there's 16 communities sitting in the exact same position we are tonight. Their teachers are coming to their boards for raises. Their employees are coming for raises. Communities are getting raises. We are in a new world. We are in a new country. I have seen raises of my employees skyrocket over the last 2 years. My base level employees are making what I made as a manager 6 years ago. My salary has increased. My friends have increased. It is time for us to do the right thing. If we look back over the 5-6 years in the past, our public servants have came and went, both on the fire rescue side, the sheriff's side, the school district side. I implore you to do the right thing and fully fund our teachers. They deserve this. Our children deserve this. We deserve this. If not, we won't be 14 out of 16. We'll be 16 out of 16. A quick Google search. Within 15 to 20 miles of where we're sitting right now, there's 140 teaching positions of some sort open. You know why? There's nobody to fill them. There's not a line of people waiting to come in the door. You can walk in the sheets today and get $19 an hour, full benefits, 4-day work weeks, 3 days off. Do the math. That's more than some of our teachers make coming in the door. That's more than my emergency responders made a year ago, standing in the middle of the road. It is time that Caroline moves forward and protects those who protect our children and looks out for us. I ask you to please do what's best for this community and what's best for our teachers and what's best for our future. Our future are those children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chenault. Anyone else like to speak?
I think I'm right now.
You are right.
All right.
I've been kind of get you to come forward. Okay.
So I'm Tanya Tunstall from Mattapani District, and I don't have a whole lot of fancy stuff like everybody else has said, but I'm going to say this. You get what you pay for. You get what you pay for. If you're not going to put in the money and the time and the work, nobody's going to put in the money, the time, and the work for our kids. If you have a bus driver making $14 an hour here, but you can go up to Spotsylvania, if you have any experience at all, you can make $22 an hour. Why would anybody stay here? Why would anybody stay here? Same thing with teachers. They're starting, they make, I think, like $3,000 to $6,000 more a year. Why would anybody be here? If you can go 20 miles up the road and make more money, they have openings there. We have a lot more openings here, but you get what you pay for. My granny always told me, you get what you pay for. And if you're not going to put in the money, if we are not going to put in the money and pay for good teachers to stay, good bus drivers to stay, they're not going to be here. They're not going to stay. Who wants someone that doesn't really care about their little $14 an hour driving our kids to school? I got 15 grandkids. I don't want someone who doesn't really care about their job making $14 an hour when for real they can go to McDonald's and make 15. Driving my grandkids to school. I couldn't believe it when I found out that you guys upped it to what, 16, I think? Somebody upped it, not y'all, I don't know who, but to 16. I couldn't believe it. And to deal with all those kids on the bus, I wouldn't do it for 25.
Thank you, Ms. Tunstall. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter?
Good evening, Chairman Underwood, Vice Chairman Black, and the rest of the board. My name is Wayne Hall of Madison District. I am in my 4th year as a special needs school bus driver and my 2nd year as a bus driver trainer. I would like to read from the introduction of the Department of Education Training Manual. And it says, pupil transportation plays an important role in the education process. Transporting children to and from school each day is a responsibility that requires good physical health, professionalism, emotional stamina, determination, dedication, and skill. The main objective of any pupil transporting system is to transport passengers to and from school each day safely and efficiently. To achieve this goal, driver trainees must be instructed thoroughly in the fundamentals and techniques of operating school buses. The success of the program depends upon their motivation, dedication, and skill. I would now like to skip to the part of the last paragraph. Drivers of school buses shall always keep in mind that they are responsible for transporting children whose lives depend on their knowledge, alertness, and sound judgment. Now, there were a lot of important bougie buzzwords in those couple paragraphs. These are the ones that stood out to me. Good physical health, professionalism, emotional stamina, determination, dedication, skill, motivation, knowledge, alertness, and sound judgment. I would like to add commitment. Of course, after several years of doing this job, there are some who'd argue that I should be committed to an institution, but we're going to leave that alone for right now. As a trainer, Mr. Childs will give me applications. I then call the applicant, set up a first interview, and generally conduct it myself. We have a form with 11 questions on it, more conversation starters than anything else. It isn't like anyone answering these questions will solve hunger or come up with an answer to achieving world peace. After they answer my questions, I ask, what questions do you have for me about the job? It may be first or last or somewhere in the middle, but it's sure to be asked, what is the pay? As I tell them, I look at the bright light in their eyes, dim. My grandmother had this 3-way lamp in her living room, and when you first turned it on, the 150-watt bulb just lit the whole room. Even the tiniest spider couldn't hide in the corner. If you clicked it again, it went down to 100 watts. If you click it one more time, we're down to 75. If I see that light in their eyes go to 75 watts, I know what's going to happen when I call them for a second interview. They're either not going to answer the phone, they're going to tell me they're no longer interested, or they'll say they're coming and just not show up. We lost drivers at the start of the pandemic. We continue to lose drivers. And the sad truth of the matter is that the drivers we have today are not going to live forever. To prepare for the future, we must be able to attract and retain drivers with the characteristics I mentioned before. That starts with compensation. Let me talk to you about that for a minute. These applicants could choose a different career path and make the same or more money, and they only have 3 questions to ask. What are those 3 questions? Glad you asked. Do you want fries with that? Is that a medium or large combo? And for here to go. Now, fast food might not be for everybody, so let's look at a different career path. Again, 3 questions.
Mr. Hall, 30 seconds, please.
Can I get cleanup on aisle 3? Can I get a price check on register 6? And paper or plastic. To attract and retain good quality people, like I mentioned, the characteristics, we need to do better than what we've done. I would encourage the board to fully fund the school board's proposed budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Anyone else like to speak regarding the budget?
Good evening, members of the Board of Supervisors.
Good evening.
My name is Daliana Carter Curry. I'm a teacher at Lewis and Clark Elementary School. I do not live in Caroline County, but my daughter, son-in-law, and 3 grandchildren have moved here upon my recommendations. I rent a room in Henrico County. At this time, I am unable to purchase or rent a home. I am not only a teacher here in Caroline, but I also am a teacher representative for all teachers in the Commonwealth of Virginia on the State Special Education Advisory Council. I'm also a Virginia State Teacher Fellow on the National Council of Exceptional Children and a teacher representative and lobbyist in Washington, D.C. I have met with a variety of national leaders, both in the Congress and in the National Education Committee since 2014 in support of our teachers and our children of this great nation. As I have been listening, observing, studying, and brainstorming ways to creatively stretch the increasingly thin dollar, my concerns for fair and equal opportunities afforded to children in the public school settings is on a constant rise. Thanks to the pandemic, the media, social media, many misrepresentations and misunderstandings of the public, I have watched teaching profession go from a well-respected position in the community to positions of the lowest priority. Because of this reason, I'm very concerned not only for our county, but our state, our nation, and the future of our society. The foundations being laid today will be holding the houses of our future houses of tomorrow. By supporting our fiscal year 23 budget proposal put to you by our school board and our superintendent, you will be sending a very positive message to your teachers of this county and community that you believe in them. I don't have to tell you all the horror stories about teacher burnout. You've seen it, you've heard it, you know it, you've heard it yourselves. But I can share with you how proud I am to teach in Caroline. I can tell you how proud I am of our school board as they continued to take their responsibilities to the highest level each and every board meeting throughout the entire pandemic. I can tell you that I've felt appreciated and respected by my senior leadership in the county. I have seen them make hard decisions regarding various fundings to always put people first instead of programs. I can tell you I am proud and I respect my local administrators and have personally been heard during my personal hardships. I also know that as I work in the classroom with my teacher leaders and peers, the cream of the crop are in fact located right here in Caroline County. I ask you to please consider to do your best to continue to keep your people here. As the county continues to grow, it will benefit to have the tenured, seasoned teachers here in your classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curry. Anyone else like to speak?
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Laura Marks, and I'm from.
Can you pull the mic down a little?
Yes. My name is Laura Marks, and
Laura Marks.
and I'm from the Chilliburg district, and I'm just a parent and a grandparent of children that are in elementary and high school, and I am here tonight to say that I agree with the budget that the school board has presented to you guys. And I would like for you to consider the extra 3% COLA for the teachers. I also would like to talk about pay increases for the bus drivers. My nephew goes to school here in Caroline County. He has missed 16 days of school because his bus driver was out on leave and no bus driver ever showed up. We don't have substitutes. If you call the transportation, you can't reach anyone there because they are out on buses. So it's very important that we get our children to school. When parents do not have driver's license or vehicles and cannot get their children to school, we live in a very rural area. It's not like they can walk. So it's very important that the budget be approved that the school has put forth to you guys. Not only that, but I seen on the slideshow that the lady had said that we need new buses. Well, why do we need new buses if we don't have bus drivers to fill them? And not only that, but I noticed that we do not have the high school stadium field that was taken off the budget, which really disappoints me. Have you not seen that field? It is absolutely ridiculous looking. It is got nothing but dirt spots all over it. Those children need a turf field, just like every other high school around our county. And as far as the HVAC system goes in the middle school, I think asking for $1 million is not bad, considering they've come up with 2/3 of the money. So if they lose that 2/3 of the money come September, then it's going to cost us, the residents of Caroline County, a lot more money. And then as far as the school board, we need a director of finance. Ms. Stevens, she's oversighting technology, school nutrition, maintenance, facilities, and transportation department. We need the money that they're asking for to help fill this critical position for a director of finance. The school board had also paid for the track at the high school to be to be relined. That's going to be money wasted if we don't get it resurfaced. Those lines are going to just disappear. The front entrance of the middle school, I think, is a security issue. Once they allow people to buzz them in, they have free roam to the whole school because the office is off to the side. Once you come in, you're coming into the cafeteria and to the hallways. They have no knowledge of where that person's going to run to from there. So what I say as a parent of Caroline County and as a homeowner in Caroline County, I feel that the Board of Supervisors need to give back to our schools and to our community. Our children are our future, and that is what we need to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marks. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter? If you do, would you please come down forward if you want to speak this evening? Come on, Dr. Rollins-Fells, please come.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Chair Underwood, Vice Chair Black, and members of the board. My name is Dr. Jawanda Rollins-Fells. I am a resident of the Reedy Church District, a former classroom teacher here in Caroline County, a Caroline High School graduate, the current school board chair, the state school board president of the Eastern Region, and a parent, most importantly, of a preschooler and a Caroline High School graduate. At the March 22nd Board of Supervisors meeting, and again here tonight, the FY23 proposed budget presentation highlighted a substantial local revenue increase of $4 million, or 7.33%. Despite the proposed elimination of the vehicle license fee for a loss of $1 million and the proposed reduction in personal property tax rate, which will result in a loss of $1.6 million. The county's FY23 budget recommendations total approximately $4 million and include a significant number of new full-time positions, part-time positions, insurance, VRS funds, hourly rate increases, bonuses, pay plan increases, employee compensation, departmental budget increases, et cetera, et cetera. But what was not heard tonight in the budget was a commitment of new investments in our schools. Level funding is not new investments, and it further perpetuates the growing disparity between our pay scales and our neighbors. So tonight, I am urging you to consider the importance of our schools and our children, our family, and our collective community. We urge you to consider the purposeful loss of $2.7 million in revenue. We urge you to review the $3.3 million difference between the county administrator's proposed budgeted personal property tax revenues and the Commissioner of Revenue taxable book revenue estimates. We urge you to fund both the $1.1 million needed to provide 3% COLA to all employees and $1 million for the HVAC replacement. In closing, while the Code of Virginia defines a school board and board of supervisors as co-equals, the public clearly understands that the school board has no taxing authority. We have no authority to raise funds. So as a result, we are charged with presenting you with our due diligence of creating a needs-based budget. In my last 30 seconds, I'm going to put my professional hat and roll to the side and speak to you as a resident, a parent, and a former educator. Tonight, I have listened and tried to contain my emotions as our staff have come forward and they have spoken the true reality that's not captured in numbers. It's not captured in slides. It's captured in the moments that they wake up in the morning, they come to work, and they go to bed. It's real. The reality is there are 1,400 teaching vacancies across this state. And sadly, people are not interested in coming into this profession that I love and have dedicated 20 years of my life to. There are 6 of you on this board that make decisions for the county. There are 6 of us on our board that make decisions for the school. Coming together is the beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success. And 3 questions that our staff answer and ask, because they are highly qualified, is not bag, paper, or plastic to go. It's what can we create? What can we evaluate? How do you analyze these things? What do you understand? And what do you remember? I urge you, as one of the comments were made, for the first time in my entire life in this county, can the front page of the paper please read that the Board of Supervisors and Caroline County Public Schools have worked together for a fully funded budget for schools, because the money is there on your side and on ours. Thank you so much for your time and consideration this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Rollins-Fells. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak?
Good evening, Chairman and gentlemen and lady of the board. My name is Joe Robertson. I am not a resident of Caroline County, but I am an employee of Caroline County Public Schools. And I would like to ask you this evening to fully fund the budget that the school has put forth, please. As a person coming into the county, I drive 116 miles a day to work in this county. And I have done that since 2007 when I became an employee of Caroline County. And I would like to put forth to you what is often said to teachers: do it for the children. Please look at your children, your grandchildren, your nieces, your nephews, your neighbors. They deserve a school system that provides them the best. As a veteran teacher, I often and frequently mentor newer teachers coming in to the school system. And it's becoming so there are more and more and more new teachers coming in that need that mentoring. But now it's getting so there are positions that are vacant that aren't being filled, that we have substitutes in for, or we have one teacher teaching 2 classes. We really need for Caroline County to be competitive. We are bleeding out and losing teachers to Hanover, Henrico, Stafford, Spotsylvania. So I'm asking you to please look at the budget, look at your budget, and do it for the children of Caroline County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Robertson. Robertson, thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Underwood.
Good evening.
Vice Chair Black and the members of the board. I'm Beth Curran, Bowling Green District, and also the county treasurer. Just trying to let the schools have their say first, because theirs is more important, I think, than mine, but mine is important to our office and to our staff. I had requested an additional staff person for the next fiscal year. We've got in the next year and a half to do some transition. I'm not planning to run for treasurer again, so I'm hoping to transition some of the duties that I do to some of the current staff, but we don't have enough staff for them to transition their duties to. And then when you factor in the software implementation that we're going to begin in 2023, I feel like I need to concentrate with my chief deputy on the implementation and getting it set up correctly. Not trying to leave the office without having it, implemented correctly. I've seen some of the challenges that the finance department went through is trying to maintain business as usual and get everything implemented without additional staff. And I feel like we need that one extra person to transition some of the jobs that we have some staff doing, that we can then transition some that I have and that my chief deputy has. So I'm just asking if you would consider adding my position to the budget. I know it wasn't included in the proposed budget, and I'm just asking that you all would take that under consideration and see if you could find funding for that. And I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Curran. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding the budget? Is there anyone?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Members of the board. I'm Dr. Monroe. I'm not a resident of Caroline County. I'm the assistant superintendent for Caroline County. And I just want to speak from the heart tonight. I'm come here. I'm not a from here. But I'm just going to share one story. My daughter is a senior at Glen Allen High School. And she's one of four. She's my baby girl. And she'll be going to Christopher Newport next year. But I remember a few months back where she did not prepare herself for an assignment she had. And it was about 9:45 at night, and she needed some copies, and she needed to do a few things. And I remember going to the Office Max on Brook Road, where I live right down on that part of the county. And one of our teachers, who's an English teacher at the middle school, was there. And it's funny because, you know, when I walk in, she said, Dr. Monroe, my daughter always teases me. She said, Dad, every time we go somewhere, you know somebody. I said, well, sweetheart, guess what? That is one of the amazing teachers at Caroline Middle School. But my daughter said, Dad, why is she here working if she works in Caroline? And I said, sweetheart, she has to work a second job. And even though she arrives at 6:30 at school in the morning, she's still working at 10 o'clock at night because she doesn't make the money that she needs to make to take care of herself and her family. And I see how hard these teachers and people are working. And it's sad to me because I say things like, we got to turn to each other, not on each other. I remember my bus driver and some of these bus drivers, Mrs. Martin. And Miss Martin used to go over the railroad tracks really fast, and our little behinds used to bounce up in the seat. But Miss Martin made sure that we got to school safe. And as a 54-year-old man, I can still call my bus driver out, my elementary bus driver out by name. I'm a Black man with an IEP. I had a severe stuttering problem to the point to where I wasn't going to go into education because what we do is we have to speak to people. Now I do motivational speaking because I had a special ed teacher that was highly qualified. Her name was Jan Moss. And the greatest moment was when I became an elementary principal at Lakeside Elementary School. She invited all of the speech language pathologists in Henrico County to Lakeside Elementary. And I gave the opening remarks to all of those teachers to show that this thing does go full circle. I could even say speech language pathologist. And to be able to say it fluently is because the highly qualified special ed teacher I had. Dr. Carter is my case manager now. But I just want to say that we have to do something different. I love each and every one of you guys up there and lady. But I can't believe the relationship we have and how it seems like just not working together, man. And it's not about us, it's for these kids. So I just want to say, let's stop this. Let's do something different. I'm not even from here, but I spend more time here than I do with my own kids, with my own wife, in my own county. And I don't plan to leave, but I just want us all to do something different. Because I can no longer sit back there without saying anything, because it's not right. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moreau. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Please. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter? And that is the proposed 22-23 budget. Is there anyone who'd like to speak? If you want to speak, would you please come forward so we can continue to move forward?
Hello, Chairman. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. I had zero intentions of speaking
That's
on
okay.
this matter. Okay. So I'm Melody Norris, and I do live in Caroline since year 2000, and I'm here to support the motocross thing a little later. But when I was listening at the budget and everything, I heard some numbers that really, I guess, concerned me. And so I was actually homeschooled, so I have no dog in this hunt. And so listening in Some of the lowest numbers I heard are like the 15,000 is like something that I make with Instacart shopping for groceries on the side. I'm a mother of a young child, he's 2.5. And so just hearing all of the things, I just really couldn't say anything. It took me a while to get the nerve to, but I would really like to ask you to pay and support your teachers and the bus drivers. And it sounds like there's a really big shortage of, people the turnover is not there when they leave. Like at the local Food Lion and Lady Smith and Bowling Green, I see the turnover there in the cashiers and stuff, but it doesn't sound like there's that same willingness to step up to teach and drive buses to get the children. So like for me, it's just groceries, but for them, it's their education, it's their families that, that need that support to be there for their children and their futures. So please consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Norris. What district do you live in? Madison. Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? I saw a couple people moving. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding the budget for 22-23? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding the budget for 22-23? Last call. Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding the 22-23 county budget? Seeing no one coming forward, the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Underwood?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Ford.
Is it possible to move down to SPX 15 2021? Because we have a lot of kids here that need to get home to get some sleep that are here for that item.
We have a discussion on the budget right now.
Yeah, we're in the middle of the budget discussion.
I think we all.
I wish I had known that before. I would have.
Can come back to that.
But it's a public hearing, though, so.
Not this discussion.
Well, we're already in the public hearing.
We just finished the public hearing. You just hit the gavel.
All right. Tell you what. I guess we have some students here who have been here for a while, and what I will do, if I'm in order, is suspend the public hearing for the budget. We'll go on to item number. It's
we did the public hearing. We did the public hearing for the budget. That's 4. So
right.
we're just going to skip down to 9 and then come back to 4A.
And then come back, right? That's deferred, though. I think 9 is deferred.
No, 8's deferred.
8's deferred.
I think
what you just told me now. Okay.
What's being discussed is amending so you're going to table item.
No, we're not tabling anything. No, we're just moving to agenda.
You're just going to suspend and come back.
Yes, we're going to come back to that. Item 9.
You're going to move item 10 or 9 up to the next item of business.
Yeah. Correct. We're going to suspend 4. We're just going to come in.
We finished 4. We're not suspending anything.
We'll
just go to item 9.
Item number 9. You're right.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks.
Okay. We're going to come back, and I would encourage you not to leave. We're going to discuss this budget. So, if you want to hear the discussion, please don't move. So, we're going to go to XPX 15-21 Grand Properties. Mr. Fincham.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, your next public hearing is SPX 15-2021 Graham Properties LLC owner, Randall Everett applicant.
You just defer it.
We're requesting a special exception permit in accordance with Article 17, Section 13, and Article 4, Section 5.19 of the Caroline County Zoning Ordinance on a portion of tax map 27-A-57 containing approximately 20 acres of land. The subject property is located at 10,287 Page Road approximately 1 mile east of Edge Hill Academy Road in the Port Royal voting district. The 2030 comprehensive plan designates the property as agricultural preservation. The requested use is for a motocross training facility. The applicant is requesting a special exception permit to operate a motocross training facility on 20 acres of a 147-acre parcel off of Page Road. The proposed facility would establish 2 tracks, a small and a large track, for the training of motocross races, and would also allow an open period for practice runs on Saturdays. The applicant has crafted a training program, including instructors and class sizes, to attempt to mitigate traffic impacts as well as noise impacts to the property and the area. Noise was one of the primary concerns that the Planning Commission and the public speakers who lived in the area were concerned about. And some efforts have been made to address that. The applicant has prepared a noise study previously that identified the potential sources and locations for noise impacts and prepared mitigation strategies to address those issues. The application has been reviewed by a number of the county's departments and state agencies. Their comments were attached and will be addressed during the site plan process if the special exception permit is approved by the Board of Supervisors. The Planning Commission had a public hearing at its November 18th meeting. Most of the planning commissioners were able to make a site visit to the site to look at the proposed layout, as well as to look at the areas of the noise concerns. And the Planning Commission did forward this to the board with a recommendation of approval subject to the conditions that are included in your staff report.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Fincham from the board? Is the applicant here?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Fincham?
Why don't we let the applicant speak first?
All right. Can the applicant please come forward and thank you. You state your name and.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Randall Everett, and first I just want to say I'm very grateful and excited to be here in front of you with my application. And there's a lot of people here that are very excited as well about this application. There are a lot of off-road and motocross enthusiasts in this area, so it's really exciting to potentially have a new place come up where you can go ride and learn how to ride. I've been a Caroline County resident for about 6 years now. I'm a former professional motocross racer. I've raced all throughout the U.S. and in Europe for a long time. And during my time as a racer, I started to teach kids, and I loved it. And so I kind of took off with my own side business, and I was basically traveling along the East Coast. I did this all on the road. I would go to public facilities, racetracks, private tracks, and I did this for a long time, and I had the opportunity to teach thousands of kids and adults of all ages and skill levels, whether they're brand new and they want to learn how to ride a bike, or if they're serious athletes that want to make it to the amateur championship level or the professional level. And so that being said, what I'm requesting is to be able to turn my private motocross track that I have now on Page Road in Woodford into the first training facility for the Mid-Atlantic area. Right now, if you were to look for a facility where you could learn how to ride a dirt bike, it doesn't exist in this region. You might find them in the South, but you're not going to find them around here. So this would be the first. And I know motocross is kind of unfamiliar with a lot of people, but it is one of the most physically demanding sports in the world. It's not as easy as sitting on the bike and turning the throttle. It's actually pretty hard considering all the obstacles and stuff you might find off road. And so, you know, part of this is also about safety. You know, dirt bikes, I think we can all agree that dirt bikes can be very dangerous. But, you know, what's very common is they'll watch it on TV and they want to go to a shop. They buy a bike and they'll go ride it somewhere. They don't know how to ride it. They'll ride it in a field. They could ride it somewhere illegal. They could buy their bike and go to a race and crash and get seriously injured. And so I want to, I want to fix that. I want to provide a facility in this region where people can come and learn how to ride, and it will provide the resources to serious racers that want to get to that top professional level. There's even a young student here in this room that's a Caroline County resident that's shooting for an amateur national championship in the women's class. So there's plenty of riders right here in this county as well. Next, I want to address something I think it's a common concern is the noise. I want to make it very clear that my track has been here for 5 years, and I've been very active there at this track. I'm an active rider myself. I have friends that have been out there for the last 5 years. There's probably almost everybody in this room has probably been there at least once by invite. And I have never received one complaint from any neighbor or resident in the area about my track. On top of that, I've gotten a signed approval from most of my neighbors, especially the ones that are completely adjacent to the left and right side of my track. Also, I have gotten noise studies done. There were noise monitors that were set up around the property line, and that was done during a few riders on the biggest and loudest bikes that they make on the market. So those are true readings in there, and those are readings that all those noise readings are on top of the ambient noise that is in that area. So those are true readings. And then finally, as you all know, the Planning Commission did come out and I was able to demonstrate for them on one of the biggest and loudest bikes there are on the market. So they were able to see that. Finally, I just want to say and provide some assurance that I know it's not always about the business, it's about the person behind the business. And I want to assure you that, I strive to be a very professional person, to hold a lot of integrity to my business. And, I also like to think that I have a knack for design and making things look attractive. So I want to provide something very unique, very professional, and very attractive for the county that the county would be proud of. So again, I thank you, and I hope you will approve this. And I just want to answer any questions you might have for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Everett. What I'd like to do is open up the public hearing and hear from the young folks, and then if we have questions, we'll bring you back. The public hearing for item number 9 on the agenda, special exception 15-2021. The public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? I think the young folks are here to speak. Or is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Please come on down and have a seat on the front row. Just please come on down. State your name in your magisterial district if you're voting. Well, you're not a voter, so no. Your district that you live in.
Charles and Jacob Beveridge from North Ridgeville, Ohio.
Okay.
I am 16, junior in high school, and this place means a lot to me, so much that I have state testing tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning, and we traveled 7.5 hours to come see this. So this place means a lot to me, him, our entire family. And if we didn't have motocross in our family, I don't think we'd be as close as we actually are. So this place really means the world to a lot of people in this room. And it definitely builds character. So thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Jacob Beveridge. We're brothers. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how
a lot of the world doesn't understand what motocross actually is. It is the world's biggest family organized events that happen. It brings so many families together every weekend. There's so many families that spend so much time together. Um, it just is crazy on how a lot of the world doesn't see that and how overlooked everything is on motocross. And he's bringing a huge part to this new motocross everything coming in with this training facility. I think it's going to do wonders for everyone. It really will bring everyone together and really just help everyone get better at riding. I mean, it's crazy on how, like, up by us, we don't have any training facilities where tracks are going under. Like, this is the stuff that we need to see up by us too, and it needs to happen. It just really is, to step up the game and show everyone what this sport actually does, and it just definitely needs to happen. So, thank you.
Thank you, and good luck on your test. Anyone else like to speak?
I'm Aaron Vassallo.
Your name, please?
Aaron Vassallo. I'm a Caroline County resident of
Yes, sir.
Virginia. This is my daughter, Haley. This is the young lady that Brandon was just speaking about. I've been sitting back there listening to, all the school budgets and things like that. I think that's very, very important. What else is important is providing these kids something to do so they get their minds off the drugs and their illegal things. And I've been a resident for Caroline County for about 15 years, and I always had to go out of the county to find something for my kids to do. So, with COVID and everything else, I think, the school budget is very important, as well as providing a place for these kids, the football fields, the motocross track facility, things that they can do to get away from the opiates and all the other things that they're very attracted to. So I'm fully, think you guys should support this, and we do as a family. And as a family, you can look behind us, and there's a huge family, not just my immediate. So thank you very much for your time, sir.
Before you leave, can you tell me your magisterial district, your voting district?
Woodford.
Woodford. Yes, that's
Thank you.
Port Royal. Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else like to speak regarding this matter?
Hello.
Good evening.
How are you?
Fine. How are you today?
I'm okay. My name's Landon Billiou, and I'm here from Richmond, Virginia. I don't know.
That's okay.
I'm here to say that I really dirt bikes is my passionate, and Randall has made me what I am today, and he's made me as fast as I am, and he's helped me a lot, and I love to ride there again, and I haven't been able to ride there in like 6 months because of all this. So this is what I wanted to say, and I hope all goes well, and thank you.
And thank you. Is there anyone else like to speak regarding this matter? Yes, sir.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good evening.
My name is Chandler Ellis. I'm actually not a resident of Caroline County. I'm a resident of Spotsylvania County. I figured it important enough to try to be here tonight, primarily for the same reason that everyone else is here, for the kids. I have a 6-year-old son. By comparison and relative to a lot of the other people in this room, I'm a relative newcomer to motocross. I was one of those weird guys that grew up on quads as a kid, so don't judge me. But at the same time, motocross means something extraordinary to my son. Again, he's 6 years old. I have a 3-year-old daughter as well. Both of them have found something in motocross that they can't find anywhere else. A lot of people have touched on it. Family is something in motocross that I have yet to experience in any other sport. Like I said, I grew up with quads. I also played football growing up. I played soccer. I did all the traditional team sports. In all of those sports and in all of my experiences, I never saw anything like I've experienced in motocross. It's the only sport where other parents cheer for other kids, pick other kids up off the track, encourage them, help them move forward, and learn things that you just don't learn in any other sport. If there's anything I could say, giving our children something like this in this area that they could come to without having to drive 4 hours, which is currently what I do for my son to train, would be incredible. And not only that, to support somebody like Randall, who has put his life into this and it shows passion for this sport that I've seen nowhere else, especially in this area, we really can't take that for granted. So again, I thank you for your time. I just wanted to say a couple words, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hi.
Good evening.
My name is Katie Tullis. Good evening.
Katie
Tullis.
Tullis,
And
okay.
I'm a resident of Spotsylvania County. This is my son Tyler, and we are here also supporting Ivy Hill this evening. You know, with any sport, practice is a huge component to being successful. And with most sports, you can practice locally. You can play soccer, you can play baseball, you can play basketball. All of those sports, you have the ability to practice locally. For us, we travel every weekend, 3 or 4 hours, so that our kid can practice his sport because we don't have the ability to practice on our own property and there isn't anything local for us to practice at. So as you think and make your decision this evening, you have already heard people talk about the discipline and the passion and all of the pieces that go into a motocross racer. Having this facility be approved would not only give our child a local place where he is able to practice, it would also give him the opportunity to work with a coach who could help him to grow and to become better at his craft. So as you make your decision, I encourage you to think about the impact that you could have not only on the children of Caroline County, but on the future of children in surrounding counties as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, young man, for coming. No applause, please, please. Anyone else like to speak regarding this matter?
Good evening, board. How are you?
Good
My name
evening.
is Brandon Kidwell. I am not a resident of the county. My mother and stepfather are. This is my son, William. We're residents of Orange County. Currently in the county of Orange, we don't have anything like this either. I fully 100% support this. As sitting back and listening over the last 2 hours of being here, I saw that at least 20 people stood up to support the children in the school system portion. This is also supporting the children of the county, of surrounding counties, surrounding states. As you can see, some people showed up from Ohio. That's amazing to me. I would have never thought that that would have happened. It shows that they're supporting a county resident that lives here in the county that's trying to build something, 100% strictly for kids and adults myself. As you can see, both of my kids are here after hours. Their normal bedtime's 8:30. And
sorry about that.
You're completely fine, but this is just the support that, there's other children here that haven't come up or haven't stood up that are in support of this. I feel that this will support the children on extracurricular activities. There's not everybody does soccer, baseball, and football, things like that. We live on acreage also, and noise has never been a complaint of ours. I run tractors all night long. I don't think that this should be a problem here in this county. I feel that Randall has done his due diligence and gone out and paid for everything that he's needed to pay for to get the studies done on his property. There was in the slides that the financial portion person put up, I saw something that really got me, and it says a lot of talk on tourism. You're having it right here. He's bringing it. He's bringing the tourism.
Come on, no applause, please. Thank you.
You had a number up there of a decreasing number of money coming to your county, of which I'm not even a resident of this county, and I can see right there that the people that will drive here to go train at this track will support the businesses that are around. So it brings your tourism number right back up. I believe it was like a $12,000 deficit that you all had in tourism. One more thing is the family aspect of it. Didn't even know going into this. My cousin's sitting right here. I haven't seen him in 5 years. All because of this. It's cool to see family walk up. This is a family sport. I hope to do this with both of my kids and get them into it. I'd love for them to learn from somebody other than me who doesn't really have that teaching ability. I want to use Randall for that. I want to use the track for that. And I really, really hope that you all will take this into consideration and take the amount of people that showed up for this and approve this, please.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
For all of those who are not going to speak but are here in support, could I ask you to stand, please? Who all came to support this? That's okay. I just want to know who supports it. It's fine. All right. Thank you. It doesn't matter. They came to support it. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding special exception 15-2021?
How are you?
How are you,
Board, ladies and gentlemen? My name is Jason Trigo. I live in the Mattapanai district in Belmont. I just wanted to say, I feel like what Randall has here, it's a new venture for the county. It's something unique. It's something I think is needed. I've coached soccer for the county. I worked as a bank manager with Sherry Gravitt at Union. I know a lot of the locals, a lot of the community members, and this is something I really do think that's needed. Like, I live in the Belmont community. We have, all those kids have over there really is like basketball. And with that, you tend to see some things that parents wish they didn't see, drugs, things like that. Motocross is a family oriented sport. It's something that, if you're not involved in it, if you didn't grow up in it, you're not really going to realize how family oriented it is. With that said, what you have now is there's nothing in the area. You have families traveling to North Carolina, which has become like a new mecca for motocross. Motocross isn't a cheap sport to be involved in, especially if you have multiple kids. So when you go out, you go to, not just North Carolina, you got West Virginia, you have Tomahawk in West Virginia, you got families, especially the ones that don't have RVs, they're spending a lot of money in hotels, they're spending a lot of money going out to eat, fuel costs, things like that. Things that could generate tax revenue for the county as well, something, to consider. And as far as the character of Randall, I've known Randall since he's about probably 14 years old. I used to race motocross too. We rode at a similar private track in Stafford, knew his father. He's a smart guy. He's a good businessman. He's ethical. I feel like his values would relate to what Caroline County wants in a business partner. So I would definitely strongly recommend this. I think it's not just going to be good for the county. It's good for it keeps money in the county, and it'll also bring new money to the county. So with that said, I would just say consider it strongly. Yeah.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Why have we deferred? Huh? Yeah, we'll take the public hearing. Right.
Good evening.
Yes,
My name
good
is
evening.
Kirk Harklow. I'm from Port Royal District. As the crow flies, my property is half a mile from where the track is. I have no noise concerns from him riding and teaching his courses. Me and my brothers grew up doing motocross and racing. As everyone said, it's a family-oriented sport, and something that hasn't been touched on is also, the STEM aspect. As we talk about education, I mean, everyone works on their own bikes. They understand, how engines work, the wiring. No one has mechanics fixing all of their stuff. That's unfeasible.
Right.
Also, the effort that goes into accomplishing, owning a bike, buying it. Those are people who have to work, kids who have to work summer jobs. That's encouraging them. I can't think of another project that would have as low of an impact to the site, but as great as an impact to the county, as it was hinted on earlier. I mean, these are going to be events here and there, but these people are coming in. There's going to be gas, groceries, food. I mean, you wouldn't believe how hungry you can get after riding for a day. So yeah, we have no concerns about the noise or any impacts like that. We think it's a great opportunity, and we've had to travel further as well to either Budds Creek or other places to go ride and train. So having some place right around here would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else like to speak?
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
My name's BJ Hessler, and I'm not a resident of this county, but I am a certified Motorcycle Safety Foundation instructor. I've taught all over the country, and I just wanted to put a pitch in for this as well, because if it doesn't happen legally under good supervision, it will happen illegally without any supervision. And we've all seen that on the news.
Right.
We've all seen it in the streets and people getting in all kinds of trouble. And especially in a rural county, people will end up with bikes and they'll end up getting hurt in their own yards. are ripping around on their own farms. So obviously I'm biased as a coach, but I've seen a lot of folks get a lot more confident. They've stayed the course. They've stayed in a more positive trajectory in their lives by staying involved with motorcycling. And as far as it being a family operation, there's no upper age limit. You don't have to stop playing ball with your kid. You get to keep playing with your kid. So it really does become an entire family sport. As a woman in this industry, it's been amazing to see the turnaround of little shy girls turning into very confident adult women as a result of being on motorcycles. So I just wanted to speak up as a proponent of Randall's, and I hope you guys make this happen and again, bring those tax dollars into this county and be the county that causes there to be a solution on the table. It's a problem in all kinds of counties, and you guys could be the spearhead of making that solution possible. Showing rural areas what you can do for a community by opening it up to motorcycles. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hassler. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Ma'am, you can come on down and just sit in the front row.
I didn't think she could stay back around.
Good evening, Chair Underwood, Vice Chair Black, and members of the board. I'm Sarah Calverick, the proud superintendent of Caroline County Public Schools. This has been an educational opportunity for me in the last 30 minutes to learn about a new sport that I am increasingly growing passionate about. It seems as if it is a trifecta, and let me explain what I mean when I say that. It sounds like it's going to be fiscally sound. They're going to be bringing in a profitable income, new revenues to the schools, to the county, and to a variety of other departments. It also supports physical wellness, in which our students and our community are in desperate need of, especially post-pandemic. And thirdly, it brings about academic wellness. A previous speaker referenced STEM. We also heard about engineering, but how about a partner in education in the owner of this new venture? Coming to the schools, speaking to our students, and also partnering with our CTE programs with small engines and with automotive. So at this time, I would love for you to consider this as a venture that will be lucrative and also beneficial to our youth.
Thank you, Dr. Calvert. Please, ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone else like to speak?
Hi, my name is Katie Vassallo. I'm a Caroline County resident. You heard from my husband and my daughter earlier. I want to apologize. I'm not a very good public speaker.
That's okay.
Motocross is a big part of our family. We've been doing motocross for the last 8 years. Randall has worked with Haley for multiple times, helping her train. For her to actually go to a motocross facility to train, we have to send her to South Carolina. That's 5-6 hours away at south of the border. It would be wonderful to have somewhere close by she can go ride. He has taught her fundamentals. He's taught her safety from a beginner level, and she is now going for a national championship. For something to have something so close to our home would be life-changing for her in this sport. We are for it. We're excited for it to come. We really would like you guys to approve it. I think Randall would do wonders for all the kids in the community. So, again, sorry I'm not a great speaker, but
no, you're doing fine. You're doing fine.
Definitely for it, and we would love for him to be able to open this facility.
Thank you, Ms. Vassallo. Good luck to her. Yep.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Pelzer, and I'm part of Woodford District. I'm a retired veteran of the United States Army. I've served 10 years, part of the 82nd Airborne. And around the burn pit, everybody asks me, what's your drive? What's your reasoning for getting through the next firefight? I can tell you one is family, which motocross supports. One is friends, which I've met everybody almost in this room. And one is motocross. As an amputee, I'm developing a CNC motorized hand right now to ride again. It's adrenaline as I'm speaking right here, and my heart is pounding. If you put a rate monitor on me, I guarantee it's about 180 to 190 beats per minute.
That's okay.
But that's what motocross does. That's why it's one of the most demanding sports. That's why it's one of the adrenaline. That's why we love it. If you've done studies, veterans with PTSD, two things happen. Unfortunately, we lose them or they find a niche that they love. My niche is motocross. I've been on a bike since I was 3, and I guarantee you I will pass away on a bike. It is one thing I love, and please don't take it from these people around here. Bring a track closer to home so we can all join the sport we love. Because guess what? We're faster than yesterday.
Thank you, Ryan. Good luck to you. Ladies and gentlemen, please, is there anyone like to speak? Anyone else would like to speak?
Hello. Yeah, my name is James Brown. I'm not a resident of Caroline County. Everyone's been speaking to the children and the family aspect, but we also forgot that we had fathers as well. Our dads, because I'm in a group chat with a lot of them, are heavily invested in this training program. They're just too tired to drive down here on a weeknight. Most are retired, most have stupid amounts of money to spend, and they love spending it in small communities. We spent, I think, like $9,000 in West Virginia between 6 of us for 5 days. Local restaurants, local food, gas stations, everything. We see what's happening to America. We want to help our own. And we might not be residents, but we'll invest down here if we can, if we have that shot. So, yeah, don't forget us old guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else saw someone else stand up? Is there anyone else like to speak?
Hey, again.
Good evening.
Hi. My name is Charlie. I live in King George.
Your name is?
Charlie.
Last name?
Laws.
Charlie Laws. Okay.
Yep. I live in King George. I wasn't really going to speak because I spoke last time. Part of Veterans MX Foundation. He kind of got me to stand up. But I want to talk about 2 things. One, the noise. There are tractors that are louder than bikes. There are machineries louder than bikes. There are farmers that are out in his way that stay up past fall of the sun that are out getting their stuff done, where their tractors are still loud. There are roosters that are louder than a bike. I can attest that my neighbor has one. It's annoying. But the second thing I want to talk about is I got an email from a friend who's overseas. Recently got shot in a crossfire. The first thing he asked me was, he has a bike here. First thing he asked me was, do you know anybody when I get back to the States who can help me get back on the bike? First person I thought of was this man behind me. So just think about it. It's really going to help veterans, and to have a county support that and support military, that's a big deal. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Laws. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? I got your hands full.
My name is Chance McCain. I'm not from the county.
Chance,
George.
okay. McCain?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay.
This is Adeline Madison, my wife Jessica.
Good evening.
I can tell you right now, having this around this area would be amazing. My daughter, every day I come home from work, it's, Daddy, will you go ride with me? Every day. I mean, we ran the battery, the gas at every bike every week. And having this around for her to have a place to go and for her to ride with her sister one day is just something I couldn't even imagine. So, and this is not just me. Every parent would love to share this with their kids. So this just gives an opportunity for people in this area, for their kids to have a passion that their parents had. And it's something that you can't get anywhere else. Being able to share something with your kids is just, something you can't even think about.
I'd like to just add a few things. Again, my name is Jessica. Good evening, by the way.
Good evening.
A few things that I've heard with other people speaking today, just a few words that hit home are community, because Caroline County, I mean, obviously as a county, you want to support the county, but the community should be the heart of that. And there is no better community than the motocross community, because the members of, the community that have shown up, half of them I recognize, the other half I don't know from Adam, but they would give me the shirt off their back to help me out. And there's a huge family essence to that.
I see.
And obviously. And I mean, the other thing is too, is that if it doesn't make dollars, it doesn't make sense. As stated before, I mean, obviously people travel to the community and to the county to participate in something that Mr. Everett has worked so hard to accomplish, and he's gone about it the right way. And I can't tell you how incredibly proud I am of you for that. I've known Mr. Everett for over probably 10 years or so, and I myself ride. We are obviously a riding community. My daughter rides, and this one will eventually ride too. And she's only a month old. So thank you again for your time, but I highly, highly recommend that you consider approving this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Chance. Is there anyone else like to speak?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is James Street. I live in the Port Royal District at 10399.
I don't need your address, just that's good.
Okay. I am a neighbor to this property. I have lived in this location for 38 years. I've served on the Planning Commission for 16 years previously. I've recently been appointed to the Board of Zoning Appeals. As is noted, this is a property located within the Rural Preservation District. From the county zoning ordinance, I would like to read, this district is established for the specific purpose of maintaining the rural character and facilitating existing and future crop farms, non-intensive agricultural operations, the conservation of natural resources, and discouraging suburban sprawl. While this is presented to you as one application, it is composed of several different components, any of which you would raise concerns about were they proposed on Route 1, much less on Route 605 in a rural preservation area. They consist of a showroom for the display and sales of the motor vehicles, a garage for the repair of motor vehicles, a gym for personal training, a classroom for classroom training, and of course the actual track itself, the recreation area. I ask that you consider what each of these would impose upon the neighbors. Obviously, the support here tonight speaks highly of Mr. Everett, his character and ability, but I also think it speaks heavily as to the intensity of use you can expect that track to receive and the imposition it would put on the neighbors. While a small number of bikes were tested at various times and the Planning Commission heard several bikes, allowing up to 30 bikes multiplies that sound impact. Mr. Everett has been riding bikes there. I can assure you I have never filed a noise complaint in my life, but someone apparently did, which brought this whole matter to the county's attention. I do not have any objections to a man making use of his property for his own recreational purposes. He's had friends over there. I can't guess the number of bikes of what they've been. I've picked out 6 to 8 different motor sounds, if you will. It is not a continuous hum as you get with a tractor. It is not the continuous hum you get with traffic from 95 or even Dominion Raceway from time to time. It is a constantly changing roar in pitch and intensity as they go around the track and adjust their speed as you would expect them to. I did submit a letter to the Planning Commission stating my concerns at that time. Those concerns still remain. I would like to call your attention to the noise study performed by the applicant himself. We're on page 4. It notes that the ambient noise is 3.46. I ask you to consider that. The noise level necessary for a violation may be much higher, but consider the impact, even if it's not a violation, the increase that is expected. As you read down into that paragraph, it says, comparing these maximum allowable sound levels identified in Table 1, there are several exceedances of the maximum 60 decibels allowed in the designated level. But when you look at the chart on page 3, I'd like to point out that the designated level for rural is 55 decibels, not 60 decibels. Therefore, the exceedance of the limit is far in excess of what's indicated in the table there. I ask you to please consider these. If it is your desire to approve this, I ask you to put conditions on the property to protect those of us in the neighborhood. I know from my time on the Planning Commission, if it's not a condition, it's probably going to happen. If you don't restrict it, it will get used for other things. Please consider that and consider the impact of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Street.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Lisa Stevens, and I'm a member of the Bowling Green District, new to the Bowling Green District. And so I came here actually in support of schools, and I know nothing about motocross or this gentleman or anybody in the room, evidently, but I do have a passion for kids, and I have a grandson, and I've had a son who's grown up in the community, and I've been here for 46 years. I thoroughly love this opportunity for Caroline County. We are nestled in between Spotsy, and we're nestled in between Hanover, who has all these opportunities for students to be involved in other activities. And I think this is an amazing opportunity for Caroline County to get on the map and for people to find us and know that we are rural. And I appreciate the gentleman who just spoke to support the rural community, but the world is growing and changing, and we have to offer opportunities for our children. So I'm a resident that knows nothing about motocross, but I'm super in support of everything that they're doing here, and thank all the people who came to visit us tonight. So thank you for coming and supporting this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens.
Good evening again.
Good evening.
I'm still Calvin Taylor, and I still live in the Port Royal District. Good afternoon, Chairperson and Vice Chairperson. I did not plan to speak on motocross. I didn't even know what motocross was until tonight. But I'm very impressed with what I heard. And I also understand that we have to be careful. I represented that district for 20 years. And now Ms. Long is, and it is doing a fantastic job as far as I'm concerned. I think that this is a win-win situation. I believe that we can satisfy the needs of this particular special exception, and I believe we can guard against whatever the negatives might be. Nothing is perfect. We're not going to come in here with something that's 100% perfect for everybody in every situation, but we can work together. That's what conditions are for. And I believe that this board will have the knowledge to place conditions that are necessary without overwhelming and stopping the project from being successful. And as a person who lives in that district and not very far away, I have no problem with it. I know that if we don't find a safe place for children, they're going to find an unsafe place. And I don't want that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Please, please. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak?
Good evening, Chair Underwood, Vice Chair Black, members of the board. I didn't expect to speak on the motocross tonight as well. But I'll tell you what, I live in the Mattaponi district, and lately it has become ridiculous with the amount of four-wheeler traffic that we have racing up and down Antioch Road. They come out of the industrial park, run down through the roads, and they're a total nuisance there. I originally grew up in northern Maine, where motorsports to me was a big part of my life. Four-wheeling, dirt bikes, snowmobiling in the winter times. There's more trail systems in northern Maine than there is paved roads. When I moved down to Virginia, shortly after high school, I had to give all that up because there was nothing here, no safe place to ride, no trail system that was publicly or privately funded. This gives the members of the community and abroad a place to come and unite and do it safely. I wish it was here when I moved down to Virginia. Unfortunately, it was not. Would I get back into it? Yes. Would I like to see my kids get into it? If they were willing to do it, I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak, please? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding the special exception?
Hi,
Good evening.
I'm Melody again, and I'm in Caroline, Madison. When we first moved to Virginia, we were in Bowling Green, and back in year 2000. And eventually, our neighbor right next door to us turned a horse pasture into a motocross field, and that was very amazing to see. I personally did not ride and do not, but I have a 2.5-year-old son who shows a ton of interest. So I'm coming as a mom of a future rider. So seeing and hearing about everything that's proposed for this from the safety aspect and being able to be trained properly and it being within 20 minutes and not having to drive 2 to 4 out of the hours or out of state for something like this would be absolutely incredible. So the way that it's being presented and going about to bring it up to the county and having it done properly is, I think, is showing an excellent example to the young people that are in this sport, and to to be above board and to do this properly, and the families that surround them, like the environment that will provide for them. That's the kind of mentality that you want youth and young people around. It's also an expensive sport, so it will encourage the children and the young, as they become young adults, to go out there and work so that they can provide and realize that there's a bigger picture to this. So as a mom to a hopefully future rider, I would really love to see this brought to Caroline County. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding the special exception 15-2021?
Good evening, board.
Good evening.
Ladies and gentlemen. I didn't plan to speak tonight, but I figured.
Your name, please. And
my name is Ed Jakovich, and I'm not a resident of Caroline County. I'm from Spotsylvania. Came to Virginia via the Marine Corps, retired here in Marine, and I was fortunate to meet Randall through the motocross community. When my 2 sons became old enough to ride, we were involved with a couple folks, got us into dirt bikes, and we knew nothing about the sport. First time I met Randall was through a training evolution sponsored by a family riding club of Northern Virginia. It was family oriented. And I was so impressed with that one evolution that I've been with Randall somehow, some way ever since. And it's been about 15 years now. Just that 1 hour of training was so impressive that it left that mark on me for all these years. I also want to point out that we're fortunate here in Virginia to have a nationally recognized pro motocross racer named Randall Everett. You don't find those in every state, especially here in Virginia. California is full of them, Texas, the larger states, but we're very fortunate to have him here in Virginia and also as a resident of Caroline County. And I think what his facility is going to bring at some point later down the line even more national recognition. Because I just wanted to point out one of his riders who I've known for a couple years now, who I think will become the next female pro motocross racer from Caroline County, and that's Haley Vassallo. She's been up here a couple times. I've seen her ride, and it's totally impressive. Along with a lot of the other youth here tonight, all these young kids you see right here run laps around me like crazy. I'm 60 years old, and I still ride. And I'm going to ride until I die because of Randall and his facility and his dedication. I also wanted to point out that keeping it rural is something that he's invested in too. I also farm 14 of his acres, and he's also nestled in a pine forest, a commercial tree farming activity. So we still keep it rural. I'm out there farming it every year. We do the best we can to keep it natural. And the only way you can see this facility is by air. And so by road, it doesn't bother anybody. I just want to say it would be a shame to not have this approved for Caroline County. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Djokovic. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding the special exception 15-2021? Last time, is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Seeing no one coming forward, the special exception hearing is now closed. Board members, you have questions? I have a couple. We have questions. You want to do
All right,
questions?
start there.
So we'll do you last. How about that? All right, Mr. Sealer.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. A couple of things, and you have here between 20 and 80 riders at a time.
There was a change in this proposal. I did hear those announced, but now it's a 30 rider cap with 20 riders on the big track and 10 riders on the small track. So there was a change at some point, and that open ride day on Saturdays was omitted.
Well, this is in his literature, so that's why I'm.
But in the conditions.
I understand. I'm just making sure that.
What it is.
Right, because I do agree that we do special exceptions for things and things creep.
I understand.
And the creep is what will get everybody's attention.
Right.
And you understand that you're not in the middle of nowhere. I know everybody thinks Caroline County is the middle of nowhere. It's not. There are a number of houses around you, and I understand that some of your neighbors are for it, and they're for it today, and I get that. How many injuries have you had?
Maybe 3. Long time ago.
How many ambulance rides?
No ambulance rides. My dad took me to the hospital.
Because that's one of my concerns with this. When I see 20, 30 people riding at the same time, it precipitates. And I grew up with a whole group of guys that did motocross, and I too am from Ohio. So I'm well versed in a lot of this.
Right.
But I also know how often many of them were hurt. And the range of bikes and the power in them and the noise. I understand you rode 3 bikes that are allowed at one time for the noise ordinance for your sound check.
Yes.
When you put 30 of those or 20 of those on one track, it's a force multiplier.
I would like to speak on that too, because it was mentioned.
Be my guest.
And that was a question I also had for the sound engineer when I had this done. And from what I understand, it does not matter how many bikes are collected on that track. It is the loudest bike out of all of them that is going to peak the noise reading. So it's almost like, that's from what I understand. So
I'm going to be fair to you. I'm an engineer.
Okay. That's what I was told.
And I will tell you that noise and ducting, and that's layers in the atmosphere during rides, during certain days, are going to be a lot. We have Fort AP Hill. I don't know. You probably don't hear it as much as those of us that live around the base. As you add bikes to this sound system, because it's a sound system that you're building. As you add bikes, you're adding. It's just like adding speakers and types of speakers to a sound system. You build on that. I want to be mindful that we're able to monitor that so that you're not drowning people around you and then you start to have problems, because there's nothing worse than starting something and then it erupting into a situation that's not, wasn't looked at, and then everybody wants to solve it.
I understand.
So I guess my message is I'd like to see what you're doing for sound and how you're going to keep doing things for sound in the future, because it's an ever-changing situation. This last ice storm, lights that I couldn't see a year ago, I can see today through the trees. So last winter, though you may have been fine, this summer may be a whole different situation based on what took place over the winter and what's gone. I don't want to start something that everybody's back here again going, we've got a problem. I'd like to look at all the situations that can arise. I'd like to see a sound study with 20 of the loudest bikes riding at the same time. What's that going to sound like for everybody around? Because who's in favor of it today, I will tell you, I've been here 14 years, that a year from now, you'll face a different situation. The more work we do up front, the better off you'll be on the backside of this.
And I do want to also mention too, the way that the sound study was done with the bikes is, you know, if I did have 20 bikes on the track, there's a sound meter. They set the sound meters around the property line. And so another reason why the sound won't change too much is because it will only peak when that bike is near that particular meter. So I could have 20 out there, but again, at the end of the test, the loudest bike will bring in that loudest meter when it, you know, wherever it is on that course. So I do want to just mention that as well.
Well, I've watched plenty of motocross races as a teenager, okay? And I've seen 8 bikes, as you have too, vying for a position, going up a hill and everybody lined up. I'm trying to be cautious with you on where things could go. Tell me about the sales facility, because I will tell you that sales and repair and a number of buildings is something that's rarely done.
That wasn't accurate. There's no store there. This is what was in my proposal is just the ability, if I have a student who has a flat tire or just a minor breakdown, we have the ability to fix that there. I'm not advertising for people to bring their bikes in. There's no bike sales. There's no showroom. This is strictly for training. So if someone breaks down, we can fix that. And in my proposal is the ability to have a gym, which would, you know, they'd be able to go through fitness training as well.
My primary concern is noise today and what this sounds like with 20 bikes at the same time.
I understand.
Primary concern today. And I'm not saying we can't mitigate that, but I can't mitigate it tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Seeley. Mr. Black, you have?
I'm going to hold off till the end.
Okay,
right before
Mr. Forehand.
Floyd, have you seen the conditions that are posted?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The times, 6 p.m. stop time during the week and 5 p.m. on Saturday. Does that work for you?
That sounds correct, yes.
Okay. I've seen, just doing some basic preparation for this, other classes that are offered at other places, but they're longer than 5 hours, and you have a limit in one of these conditions for 5 hours in one day. Is that gonna tie your hands a bit? I see some of your peers offering, you know, like a 7 or 8 hour class where they're in the classroom, they're on the track, they come back, do some modifications, and they're back on the track again.
Yeah, when I guess there would have to be a breakdown of exactly what the 5 hours means, but 5 hours to me is 5 hours of track time. And typically that's a lot. And someone's pretty exhausted by the end of that.
All right, so right now, and I'll just read it to you, classes shall be limited to 4 2-hour classes or 1 5-hour class per day. If we need to make this more specific to what you just said, then we should probably write it down so that there's no gray area. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I
So
understand.
that, somebody doesn't read it and say, hey, you're doing a 7-hour class.
Yeah.
And it says right here. I'm fine with that personally. I just want it to reflect in the conditions that are written for.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
So.
Thank you, Mr.
If that's something we can do now, that way it's done. What should it read?
7 hours would sound good because usually what happens is, let's just include everything. If someone comes on site, they sign in. I do a little presentation also, off the bike. No bikes are running. After an hour, then we would hit the track. And typically we'll go out there for 45 minutes at a time, take a short break and come back. So the 5 hours in my mind was on track, riding bikes on. So 7 hours total would be accurate. Yes.
All right. I'll ask the board if you're all right modifying, changing the 5 to a 7.
I'm fine with that. Okay.
Mr. Forehand, are you asking the board to
if we could
look at changing this to 7 with 5 hours maximum riding during that session?
Well, it doesn't
appropriate?
specify riding time versus classroom time.
Right, that's what I'm asking you. If he would put 7-hour class time,
correct,
2 hours of which are class and maximum 5 hours riding time, that would give you the parameters that I think you're looking for in terms of.
But that's
yes, sir.
Is that what you're saying, Mr.
Yes,
Everett?
sir. Yes.
I'm kind of paraphrasing, but you have to tell me if I'm on the right track or not.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah.
Okay. So just what should it say so we can go ahead and make that in our notes?
My suggestion would be that the classes shall be limited. Let me see here. Go back.
Yep. We could, Mr. Underwood, we could maybe just try to have it at the end of the condition, revise it to say, or 1 7-hour class with up to 5 hours of track time.
Is that Mr. Everett? Would that meet your need?
Yes, sir.
If we went
that would be perfect.
2 and then 1 7-hour if.
A track time limit of 5 hours is perfect.
Okay.
With 2 extra hours for, off bike class time.
But that there wouldn't be 2 classes though.
No.
You'd only have
1
the
7-hour class.
1 7-hour.
Yes.
Would that meet your need?
1 7-hour class with up to 5 hours of track time.
Track time.
Yeah. Okay. That suits it.
Yes, sir.
Clear. So we're revising, or the proposed amendment is going to be to change number 8 to read completely: classes shall be limited to 4 2-hour classes or 1 7-hour class with up to 5 hours of track time per day.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay.
Just, Mr. Everett, I want you to make sure you're with me now on this. So, you heard what he said, right?
7 hours at 5 hours track time.
Chris, again, give it to me. So
try to clarify.
I want to make sure we're correct. I don't want any misunderstanding.
Let me give you 8. This is the proposed amendment to 8. Classes shall be limited to 4 2-hour classes or 1 7-hour class with up to 5 hours of track time per day. Okay.
Okay.
All right. And so that if you make a motion, you need to make a motion with the conditions as amended.
Yeah. Right, with the conditions as amended. Thank you. Mr. Thomas, you have any comment?
Oh, I had this checked out. One of my best friends drives a Harley and used to be a motorcycle instructor. So the one thing he said was the importance of training, and that seems to be what you're talking about mostly is training.
Yes, sir.
So I think I'm good.
Okay.
Mr. Underwood?
Yeah, Mr. Black.
Can I just ask one? Mr. Fincham? I just have a few comments or questions, and I think I'm good. The Planning Commission passed this unanimously, right? 6-0?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it was with them for several months. I mean, they went out and did site visits and everything, correct?
Yes, sir. They went out and did site
Okay,
visits.
so on the noise issue, if there was with a lot of the other reviews that we have and so forth, if we were to have an instance or we were to have an issue with noise, we can put on this like a 1-year review, right? So in other words, yeah, it's already a condition in there.
Condition 3.
Yeah, 3. Okay. Well, then we have one in there, so might as well just go with it. So I don't have a problem with it. Thank you. Good.
Mr. Fincham, let's talk about noise and complaints. Since we're going to talk, and that's the one thing I'm trying to inhibit is getting started and we end up with nonstop complaints. And I will tell you that that will bring everything to a screeching halt.
Understood.
So, yeah, there's a 1-year review, but one of the concerns, and it's not even from just the folks sitting here that I have heard, is what is the change going to be over time? How do I know that the noise isn't going to get worse? I can't answer that until I look, and I think there needs to be a little more investigation on, we did this with 3 bikes, not 20. There's 2 tracks, there's 30 bikes. I'm not opposed to this. I'm more worried about the noise side of this than I am anything else. And we will be back here with no solution if it gets complained about. I'd rather be done up front than try to fix this on the backside.
Remember, when you do your review of a special exception permit, you're reviewing it for the compliance with the conditions that you approved. So I think to speak what you're articulating, you could have noise complaints, but it's in conformance with the conditions of the special exception permit as approved by the board.
Correct.
So
Correct.
Is what I'm hearing you say. So to that end, yes, you need to make sure that your conditions have the noise language in there that you want. So that when you go back and review those conditions, if it's not in compliance, then you have the mechanism to actually address that complaint.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Fincham, you done, Ms. Steele? I'm sorry.
That's right.
Mr. Fincham, condition number 9 regarding personal use of the motor cross-track says shall be allowed 1 hour before instruction.
Yes, sir.
Then the last sentence, personal use of the track shall not take place during instruction. So what's kind of,
yeah,
help me with that if you would.
Whenever there's a use permit approved by the board, the property owner has the underlying ability to use his property
as he sees fit.
Right.
Without violating any
One of the issues that we deal with occasionally is where you have a use permit, but somebody's using their property personally. How can we determine whether they're violating the use permit?
Correct.
Okay. Or whether it's a personal use of the property. And I think that condition is an effort to try to address those overlapping issues that occasionally we get complaints about. Somebody could complain about violating a permit when in reality the applicant is using it for their personal use, not related to the special exception use. That condition was an attempt to sort that out.
Then the middle part of that says only a maximum of 10 participants, which to me gives another flavor to the condition.
friends,
what's
family. Again, the idea was, okay, you're using it personally. You can want to invite your friends over. You know, there's a noise complaint. Okay, was it related to the to the special exception permit, or were they using it personally for their enjoyment?
But if I invite 10 different friends every Sunday, it's a different picture. Oh, to me anyway.
Right, understand.
So I just want to make sure we're clear in our ordinance of what we're trying to say and what we're trying to prevent, to make sure our language is correct.
Yes, sir. Certainly we can look
And
at that.
it does not, I don't think this reads appropriate.
Right. Participants
what you're trying
should be friends and family or something to that, like
for
that
what
effect.
you're trying to
Yes,
do.
sir.
Okay. All right.
I mean, personal use is no different than what it is right now. They can ride 7 days a week, 24 hours a day right now.
Right.
I mean, that's,
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah, that's correct.
right. I mean, so I guess I'm struggling to, we're actually putting time parameters through this process on their personal use of their property.
This is a business.
Agreed. But
Which way do you want?
you can have both. It's your property.
Once you make it a special exception, it's not wrong.
Well, I'm just saying that the latest any of these motorcycles will be riding will be 6 p.m. It's not a dog barking all night. It's in the middle of 140 acres with a tree buffer wider than anything that we've ever thought about requiring.
Please.
And
It doesn't help your case.
I understand noise because like I said, I voted against kennels that were on 2-3 acres just because I hate to hear a barking dog. I would hate to hear this going all night if I were 100 feet from it. But
can I still use some of the other 100 acres and ride with my friends anytime I want to?
Yeah, this is only subject to 20 acres of the 140. So technically,
so if I want to use it personally, I can go out on the other 80 acres and say, hey, let's have a good time. My same 10 friends.
Yeah, 120. Yes.
But you can't. You can't stop the other.
That's what I'm saying. You can't stop that. That's
what I'm.
They should be able to do that. They can do that.
Right. So my question is, looking at this condition, is that it's not. It shouldn't either. It should be here or it shouldn't. But right now, it's not making sense.
Okay.
Because if that's the case, they should be able to ride. But I want to make sure that when we put something in place, that it is correct.
All right, I 100% agree with that.
Not against.
Let's just make it. Let's
for
make
clarification.
It work. Let's make it work.
Yeah, let's make it work. That's what I'm saying. But let's don't hinder. Let's don't do anything. Let's be appropriate to make sure that we're giving them every opportunity to be successful. Okay, so Mr. Fincham, yeah, I'll come out. Yeah, I'll finish my question, Mr. Long, and I'll come to, and I'm sorry for, we need to take a look at the condition number 9, because I'm not sure that it's appropriate the way it's written for what you're trying to say.
Okay.
And that's my concern.
Okay.
So we want to give the applicant every opportunity to make this work.
Okay.
And I don't think number 9 helps. Now, Ms. Long.
Thank you. Mr. Finch, couple of things. Is there, because of the way the board packet's put together, I'm taking where I'm at toward the pack, where it says February 24th excerpts, suggested conditions is the last thing the planning commission did, correct? Because there's a bunch of stuff up before that.
That was the planning commission action where they forwarded
so this is part of the motion. I don't need to worry about any of the others.
That's correct.
All right, so let's just make sure. Okay, now, on those conditions, they did not put in, because it was in an earlier condition, that this would be for training and classes only and no racing competitively, just teaching type stuff. But I don't see that in the condition, so Can we clarify that? Also on number 5, the permit shall comply with the noise provisions of Chapter 68 of the County Code. Can we strengthen that? And Mr. Everett, I know you're back there still somewhere. This is my feeling, and by the way, I'm Nancy, and I'm your supervisor up in that area, or maybe it's Jeff because they just changed our lines. So, but I think it's still me. You know, I love your dream, and I want to see it come true. But there are a lot of people that have dreams, and people who live on that road and in that area also have dreams to enjoy their property. So I need to make sure the noise thing does not devalue anyone else's property. Agreed? Okay. There are different things that can be done, as your noise ordinance said. However, that responsibility needs to be yours, and it needs to be responded to rapidly when there is an issue. And I take you want this to work and be a first-class facility, so you're willing to do that. Because you know if you don't, in a year we're going to pull your permit, and then you know you've lost your dream. So I would like the staff and our lawyer to work up and pass through you a condition that says that you will respond and be responsible for rapid noise complaint and addressing those. I mean, the reason we're sort of here is, I know you said you never had a noise complaint, but obviously the county did, which is what led us to make some things here. So we don't want you to go through all this and lose it again. So we need to really tighten that up. Also, I need to know if these bikes are brought in on trailers, correct?
Yes.
All right. You realize that if VDOT says you need to do something to the road, that's your responsibility also.
Absolutely. That's my plan too for the road going into the facility.
And the track will not be lit. There'll be no night riding.
No. No lights.
All right. Getting all this on tape so we make sure, because I have to protect everybody. That is my job. Right. And also, you have operation hours 10 to 6, Monday through Friday, 10 to 5 on Saturdays, and no hours anymore on Sunday. Can we just make it 10 to 5 on all the days? That would be so much easier. Is there any particular reason there's an extra hour stuck off on there? Because people are coming home, kids are doing their homework, people are getting ready to go to work the next day.
Some kids will attend training after school, so that's why I pushed that to 6.
Okay. All right. Well, that answers that. Another concern, someone said it's a commercial tree farm, pines.
It's not a commercial tree.
Okay, because you cut those things down, you know your sound buffer just.
And I did want to mention that it was logged before I got the property, so those trees are growing about 1.5 feet every year, and I have no intention to cut those.
Yeah, and you may end up putting something smaller underneath to sound up too, but that's your issue.
Let me just interject there. There's two things that really are not his the road.
If VDOT requests the turning lane, that's his responsibility.
If VDOT says his ingress egress is not appropriate for trailers, he would have to make some modifications.
Right.
But the road itself would be a VDOT issue.
And that's what I wanted him to realize, that expense, if they say he has to change his ingress.
Or the ingress egress is what would be your responsibility.
That's all I was trying to
Not the whole road. I just want to make sure.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
I understand.
That would be very inappropriate.
Yeah.
So.
And I also wanted to apologize. I would have contacted you and tried to get out, but until I get out from underneath this mask, I can't go out and be visiting property. So at least
So why
I'm
are you here?
comfortable. Hey, I've got this.
Okay,
I've got
all
this
right.
thing on. My glasses
We'll
are so
accept it.
fogged up I can't see anything.
Can I ask one question while you're looking at that?
Sure.
Mr. Fincham and Mr. Everett, the noise ordinance says 65 decibels that Mr. Street brought up, but he's saying that it's 55 for the rural preservation. Can you?
Continuous noise is 55 in the RP zoning district.
Right.
Yes.
So is his decibel level 65 or is it 55?
The decibel level that he would have to comply with is 55 in the RP zoning district.
Okay.
And you're going to write me up something tighter for noise and his responsibility to act on that?
Mr. McKenzie and I will work on a condition for you. Yes, ma'am.
All right. So we have to wait for the condition to be finished before we can move forward?
Yeah, I don't think I can stand here and craft that tonight if you want that.
Okay.
All right. So I mean, I think we've got it fairly well. My first idea when we came tonight was I was just going to defer this until I could get over there and talk to you and get a better feel, since I know nothing about this sport. So obviously it looks like we've answered a lot of the questions, but we still have to get this noise thing straight. So it still looks like we're going to have to defer until we get the noise motion written up to add to this.
I mean, it already says they have to meet the county noise ordinance.
Yeah, why do you have to add another condition when it's already part of the rural preservation?
Because adding the noise ordinance is not quite this. What I'm trying to cover is that he can be in violation of the noise ordinance for a year before we pull his special exception.
No.
In violation of any. Okay, as the one supervisor who's had a special exception pulled back, if they violate the terms or conditions of the special exception, at any point in time, you can call for a review, have a public hearing, and pull a special exception.
But if we put a clause in there that says he gets to react to a complaint and correct it.
Just say he has to react within 48 hours, if that's what you want to do. Say he has to comply with the with the county's noise ordinance and or reply within 48 hours of any complaint. You can craft that, because I just did.
Or correct the noise issue within before they use.
Right. Yeah. And you get.
I'm not sure that fixes.
It really is. It's language you don't need, because if he's in violation, I mean, you could bring him back at the first one. And in my case, it was 3 or 4 violations. We tried to work with the particular owner.
Correct.
And didn't get satisfaction. She could do the same thing. If there's a noise violation, they'll call the county can call her, she can call him. Hey, there's a noise violation, you need to do better. The second or third time, she could say, hey, that's enough. And that's the end of it.
Right. And I'll tell you, my position is, I look out and see all these young people and their parents here. And that speaks volumes to me. I could see if Mr. Everett was standing here by himself saying, I'm willing to do this or this. But if he's willing to go to this length for the children to make sure this is, then we're obligated to work with him as well and help to make sure and give him an opportunity, because I've listened to some shady characters before, and I can tell you this is not a shady character.
Mr. Underwood.
So,
is that a motion?
Nancy Long has a couple.
Mr. Everett, I just want to say I'm trying to protect you and the neighborhood, and what I was saying about being tighter on who's responsible for clearing noise, on what pine trees cut, and all that stuff. But do know, as much as I think this is going to be a great project, if you disappoint me, if I get complaints from neighbors, I will not hesitate to call planning and to call you and say, fix it, or I'm putting you on the agenda. Is that fair?
I understand.
Because you don't have the right to disappoint all these kids once they get used to coming there and riding. We don't want to have to call them and say, you know, I'm closing down. It's not good for anybody. It's not good for the county. So that's why I want to be tight on this. I want everybody to be happy, and I especially want your neighbors to be happy. Because I'll tell you, noise travels down in that area. I get calls from people who hear the raceway up in Spotsylvania. So you are going to have to be on your toes, because let's make this work.
I'll do what it takes to comply.
All right. I'll take you for your word. Thank you, sir.
How does the board wish to proceed?
Good Lord.
Can I make one
Yes, sir.
suggested modification to condition number 5? And strike out work with staff to ensure compliance with, and just say the applicant shall comply with the noise provisions of the county code.
That's fine.
This shall comply with
Strike that.
noise ordinance
Shall
68.
comply
Shall
with-
comply.
Yes.
Yeah. See, I know you could do it. You said
ensure compliance with noise provision.
if you're going to make, whoever's going to make the
Mr.
motion.
Underwood, did you have an issue with 9 that we need to fix right now?
I believe you also wanted to make sure that there was a prohibition against racing. That it was strictly a
Yes.
training facility.
Right. We don't need competitive racing, but training. This is a training facility, not a competitive
Understanding that
race.
they're going to
Right.
race on the track as
Right,
part
but
of the
as
training,
far as
but
training
it's not
goes.
formal
Right.
races. Okay.
Advertise racing.
But that's always something he could do with the other 120 acres later on down the road after this is successful and there's no complaints.
Yeah, but you can't violate the special exception
No,
with the rest of your
I said
property.
that's something he could do later on down the road if this is successful after a lot of training.
He'd have to come back for us.
Yeah, it
And
would be
on
another
number-
special exception.
On number 9, Mr. Fincham, do we need to just take that out or say that personal use is, I mean, why do we even need that on there? Do you need it?
You can strike it if you want to. I'm just saying that and limit the hours to
All right.
of the track to 10 to 5 or 10 to 6.
Okay, that's all right. Jeff said just leave it, so we'll just leave it. So it's just that I think it's a special exception piece of property and that it's a business. So I don't know how we would monitor it. So can we say that they can use it during operating hours as long as the hours are between 10 and 6 or 10 and 5 according? Is that worthwhile doing? No.
You just want to limit the hours of use 10 to 5. Is that what you're? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Well, legally, this is a special exception on 20 acres.
Right.
This is my thought. So if we get a complaint at 9 o'clock or 11 o'clock about noise and they're closed, well, I guess it would be after 10, after 8 or 6, whatever, we know that they're operating outside their hours. But yet he has a right. He has a right to use his own property.
Personal
so how do you tell the difference as to if he's going over hours or if it's personal property? It doesn't really matter.
That's the issue
right.
that I think we need direction from the board how to address that, because that's the complaint we're going to get.
Mm-hmm.
If it's used at 9 o'clock, we get a complaint that it's being used. Okay, it's personal use, or was it being used for training?
Right. So how do you?
If it's personal,
how do we discern that?
Well, but we can't. But Mr. Fincham, if he wants to go out and ride at 9 o'clock in the morning on his property, he can do so.
So, yeah, the issue becomes
personal.
How much do you want to try to regulate? As Mr. McKenzie was saying, personal use and
Zero
is effectively a business area.
And I think
Well, okay.
Mr. Black has a point. I think right now,
Just leave it alone?
I think we
Okay.
just,
We're not going to be able to regulate every single thing that the guy can do. I mean, we could be here till 4 a.m. coming up with conditions. What if aliens come down tomorrow? You know, I mean, the reality behind it is we've got to trust the applicant at their word. And
They can only ride from 10 to
there's
6
a
if
process
they get
in
here.
place. There's a 1-year review. There's a noise ordinance they have to follow. We are taking way too long of these. We talk about kids going to school. It's going to be, I mean, I'm going to be ready to go to school tomorrow. Let's call the question and vote on this. Good Lord.
wait a minute, Mr. Black, let me say this, Mr. Black. I know,
we
Mr.
consider
Black,
ourselves
I'm
pro-business.
speaking, Mr. Black.
We consider ourselves
Mr. Black, I'm
pro-business.
speaking. With all due respect, every board member has a right to their opinion and their comment, as well as we're listening to your comments, and every board member has equal comment, and we all have one vote. So let's just respect. Just take a deep breath and let's respect everyone's opinion, and we work our way through this.
You want to make the motion?
Now, with that said,
I think you could. Another option you could have is leave number 9 as is, and if it becomes problematic or unwieldy, you could consider changing it.
I'll accept that. Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. All right. Now, board members.
Mrs. Long, do you want to make the motion?
Mrs. Long?
All right, I'm going to move for this to be approved with the conditions and changes stated.
Second.
There's a motion and a proper second that we approve special exception 15-2021. All in favor say aye. I'm sorry, discussion. I thought we just had that, but okay, discussion.
I never heard the final language regarding the competition versus training. Is that number 11?
Mr. Fincham, the discussion is competition versus racing. Did we add that into the condition? He wants to hear the language.
Condition 11, the facility shall be used solely for training and educational purposes.
There you go. So you want to amend your motions?
She did to include.
Yeah, she.
All right. I never heard it stated as number 11, so I'll just.
He did.
Okay. Just now.
No, before that.
All right. My bad.
That's okay. That's okay.
I checked out evidently.
But you're okay with the condition, right?
It is getting late.
Okay. All right. So there's been a motion and proper second that we approve special exception 15-2021. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Good luck.
All right.
Wow.
Order, please. Let's give them a few minutes. We're going to take a 10-minute break, allow people to leave, and then we'll come back to item number 4. We'll come back into session and resume our discussion on the county administrator's proposed fiscal year budget 2022-23. We've had so we'll go back and reopen the public hearing. The discussion of it, not the comments, just the discussion section of it. Thank you, sir. Right. Board members, discussions about the administrator's budget. Mr. Forehand.
One thing that I was told wasn't in there was, and this was late to the game, so it would have thrown a wrench in things, but with the large buildings anticipated to be built in the next 2 years in the county, I think it's prudent that we consider ordering an aerial piece that will take 2 years to be constructed and wouldn't be ordered until July of this year anyway. So we're looking at 2.5 years from now. But would have to be financed.
Chief, would it take 2 years to get that?
Yeah. Right now, the manufacturing, we're 2 years out if we bought a truck today.
So you're recommending that be part of this budget?
Mr. Forehand brought that up. Right now, my concentration is getting more people on the street. 2 years from now, having an aerial truck with the larger buildings that we're going to have, the warehouses, that would be important for us.
Even with them being sprinkled?
Even with them being sprinkled, because we don't have any means right now of accessing the roof without ground ladders. And some of those facilities, our ground ladders aren't going to be enough to access those. So we're not looking for a ladder truck with a bucket on the front. We're looking for just a straight elevated stream that'll give us some height. If we have to get on the roof, we can do that safely, and we have an elevated water stream. So you're still looking at a sizable investment. It's about 1.2 million today.
Yeah.
So
You're looking at put that in the 24.
we had it in the out years in the budget. That's been in the budget. I think Mr. Forehand's just offering to move that up, but that's been in our out years. We got to get Carmel Church Station built first. It's got to be staffed, but that's where that truck would go.
Thank you, Chief.
It's just something to consider that I thought would be prudent for us to look at right now, considering the 2 year lead time on getting something like that.
On that same note, it's part of the budget, I guess, but not really. We can actually go out for bid now with the Carmel Church Station, even though we've got some VDOT issues. Mr. Shebel saying yes. Right. We've got some comments from DEQ, which I guess is about the retention pond and water runoff.
But that won't stop us from going through budget.
No, it really has nothing to do with budget, but I just want to make sure staff moves that along because that is part of the budget.
Right, in terms of the fire station.
Yeah, we need to move that along.
Yeah, I have a couple as far as one of the things is when you look at a budget, and first of all, I'd like to say that Mr. Culley, Mr. Parton, and everyone else, Tamika, everyone else who works on this, I know that they work very hard. And Ms. Smith, yes, I'm sorry.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith, I'm sorry. And I know that they work very, very hard on putting this together. But one of the things is when you look at a budget and you open the pages, it's a bunch of numbers. It's but it's a reflection. So there was a speaker that said tonight did a very good job. I think it was one of the pairs that said it's a reflection of your values. And when you go through this, flat funding the schools, we've always had some disagreements with the schools in regards to funding, and at times I have voted, against them, their full amount, and a lot of times we don't give them the full amount. But to completely flat fund them, and then if we say, well, we're flat funding them because the state's giving them more money and they're getting more money from the feds, and that is a true statement that they are getting more money. But if we would be upset if we gave them more money and the state said, hey, you know what? Caroline County's giving the schools more money, so we're going to pull back and give them less. So I don't think it's very prudent for us. Schools are struggling right now to keep personnel. I mean, I think that was very apparent. Do I believe that's all money? No, I do not. I do not believe that's all money. I do believe that money is a huge part of it. But the other thing too, and I would like to sit down, and I might be the only person and that is making traction on this or wants to make traction on this. I wish, I know a board member in Spotsylvania had talked about this, a Board of Supervisors member had talked about it, and Prince William does it. They actually, to get rid of the adversarial relationship between the two boards, they actually have a % of the budget every year that goes to the schools. So when Prince William County does, Prince William is part of it. You set up the parameters, and then you go with it. So in other words, Prince William might say, hey, 60% of our new revenue is going towards the schools, or 50%, whatever the percentage is. I don't know, I think it might be 47%. But it takes the argument out of it, because when Prince William gets this much money, here's the new revenue, we got 5 million or whatever revenue. That's what the schools have to operate on, the new money. There doesn't seem to be on either side traction for that, which is frustrating, because to me that would kind of solve, it would be a math equation that would solve some of this relationship. And I do want the relationship, if you've been paying attention to the news, the relationship in Spotsylvania County has not exactly been the best relationship between the two boards. Spotsylvania County, is my understanding tonight, voted for a 5 to 6% raise, with another 6% going to fixed compression here in the next 6 months to a year. So if that actually happens, and I'm not saying it will, but you're looking at the county to the north, which has been having some difficulty and some relationships between the boards, you're looking at a 12% raise. And that's going to be like hard for us to compete with. We can't just simply keep on saying, hey, look, next year, the year after, at some point, we're going to have to deal with, hey, we are 14 out of 16. That is a that's a stat that the schools have, and it's hard to combat. So we're giving our county employees, I think Mr. Culley has in his budget, we're giving our county employees a raise, and not to do anything to the schools. And I'm not saying that that we need to give them the 1.1 million they're asking for, but to sit there and say that we're not going to give them anything, to me, it doesn't show that we support education, right, wrong, or indifferent. And I think that's important. Finally, on the other side, because I believe there's two sides in this discussion that needs to happen. Sometimes when, as a Board of Supervisor member, when board members up here vote a certain way that seems to be anti-school, sometimes it can be frustrating for a board member. For example, there was a statistic that Dr. Calveric gave out about the last meeting about the COVID money, and they used like 17 positions. They hired 17 positions, and 4 or 5 of them were teachers. So if we're talking that teachers are a priority, and I am one, then how are we hiring 12 other positions that aren't teachers? Like what is happening there? And so I think we need to get down to like, what is our priority? The two boards are going to need to get together, and we need to start figuring things out. But there's, on both sides of the equation here, we have fault, and I think the school board also has fault. So that's all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Mr. Seeley.
I'm just trying to look at all the notes that I took.
I can come back if you like.
You can come back, because
thank you.
The break in between just.
That's all right. Mrs. Long, comments?
We have a work session on budget next Tuesday.
Well,
I'll hold my
depends.
comments to that.
Okay. Maybe not. Mr. Thomas, you have comments?
Well, sure. There was a couple of things. I guess, first of all, I probably have said this before, but it bears repeating again. My older sister, my only sister, I just have to say she's older, and I hope she doesn't mind, but she is, was a teacher for about 40 years. She retired from teaching, and she signed up to be a substitute. And I asked her, why are you retiring and then still teaching? And she said, because I love it. and I make a difference. So I have had and always have had, and since she's older, it was kind of forced into me at times, a great deal of respect for teachers and all the folks that work for education, teachers, staff, those folks. And the school board members that are here will remember me saying over and over again, I was going to stand on the table for raises for teachers. I think I've tried to do that. I've said a couple of times during our joint meetings, the Board of Supervisors gave you money for teachers, for the instruction line item, and all of that money wasn't used, and we need to make sure all that money is used. So we're again going to try the fact that we're 14 out of 16. I mean, I was a competitor and a athlete 1,000 years ago, so I never like to be last or close to last. We do have to do something to fix that. How we do that, I think, is really an issue. We've got $800 and some thousand that the schools didn't spend last year that is turned over to the county. Maybe we look at using some of that money as opposed to some of the capital improvement projects.
It's already in the budget. We gave
Yeah.
it back to them.
Yeah, it's back in our budget, which is no.
Yeah, they did. They spent. Okay.
No, not officially, but the money that wasn't spent from last year goes back to the county, and the county can appropriate that money for the CIP or something else. So I really think we just need to somehow work together. The reality is when the Board of Supervisors gives X amount of dollars, we don't have any real control to say, here's X amount of dollars and use that just for teachers. Once the money crosses this line up here and goes to the school board, they're the ones that control that money. So they can make a change in the administrative category and move that over to instruction or things like that. So funding the entire budget doesn't mean we don't support teachers. And I would ask anybody to go look at the YouTube videos of work sessions that say how much we've tried to support the teachers and the staff. That's really the one thing there as far as schools. I guess we'll eventually meet with them again and figure out how we can get closer to their target. The other thing is we got to get the Commonwealth Church station up and running. That's part of the budget. That's one of our big things. We do have, lastly, several very large projects that the county has just approved. We got very large distribution centers that have promised us a great deal of money. And if we can do something to get folks to hold out for a little while longer, I know it's tough. There are better days coming, and I think that's what we can look forward to. So those are my comments and statements for now on the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. I do have a few comments, and I'll just combine when Mr. Cully made his budget, Mr. Black asked, well, how do you come up with this budget and these numbers? So I went back to 2010, 11. The actual spending by schools was $25,254,000. There were 4,112 students in the school district. I looked at 2020-21 spending, total was $48,563. 48,563,000. The total spent in 2010 was $32,546,000. The ironic thing for me is that you have less students. You have 4,010 students, and your budget is $11 million different. You have 680 plus, as you say, 700 employees. In 2010, with the same number of students, you had a little over 500 students. The employees, excuse me. Instructional money increase in 10 years. 29.81% in money for instruction. Administration, health, and attendance increase 47.8%. Pupil transportation, I know that gas costs and all, from 2010 to 2020, 53.75% increase in spending. I'm just concerned, and let me continue, because I wanted to say, why are you giving money to, we're looking at firefighters, we're looking at EMS. We had 25 full-time firefighters in 2010 with 200 volunteers. Today, in 2020, we increased firefighters to 48, and we had only 136 volunteers. So we lost 80 volunteers for service to the community. I wanted to look at how many new houses, constructions we've had, how many homes that are there. 1,554 new homes. Means there's more people in the county. We have to give those people service. I looked at the sheriff's office. 2010, he had 51 deputies. Today, he has 54. The census report, as Ms. Rollins discussed tonight, 2010, we had 28,545 people in the county. Today, almost 31,000, 30,877. We have to provide services. Our cost per pupil has increased, yet we don't have any new students. I have the same number of students I had 10 years ago. Now, I'm sorry, but if we increase the population in this county by 3,000 folks, 1,500 new dwellings, there has to be some kids somewhere. The FTE count is up. 700 people are working for the same number of students as it was in 2010. I can't agree with it. I can agree to give bus drivers more money. Absolutely. I told Mr. Cully the other day, the people that should be fighting for are the support staff, the bus drivers, the teachers first. You give you a bucket of money, you make it right. And everybody wants to say, well, we got to worry about compression because if you give them $2 pay raise, who cares? They are impacted more than anybody by this economy. Those hourly people. Give a bus driver making $12 an hour a 5% pay raise. Ain't much. But if you give them a couple dollars this year, give them a couple next year, you'll get to that $15 an hour, then we have something. My recommendation always is to take care of the people at the bottom, the people who work at the trash compactor, the cafeteria staff, the cleanup folks, all of those folks who make a job, the paraprofessionals who have a tough job. Hell, it's easy for me to make $150,000 and give myself a 5% pay raise and give myself a $7,000 pay raise. Hell, that's easy. Not us. Anyone. But we say it's difficult to give a bus driver or a cafeteria worker or a trash person a $2 hour a raise. That's what's disappointing. That's what's disappointing. Yes, teachers deserve more pay. The bad guy, Reggie Underwood, said that. The guy who's anti-schools, so you say, you're wrong. I'm anti-waste. I looked at the salary for a private first class in the military, $28,000 a year. But yet they go to war and they fight for us. They die for us. If we could give you, when I came to this board in 2010, we were borrowing $4 million a year to meet the payroll, costing you $400,000 a year additional to the budget. We had to borrow money to go from payday to payday. Yes, we have a fund, a general fund. It's the rating that allows us to borrow $25 million to fix schools. That was just a few years ago. So I'm not anti-schools. I think we can do better with what we have. It goes for the county. It goes for schools, because we're the biggest. We can do better for our little people. That's my concern. The sheriff's office in 2010 ran 33,000 calls. In 2010, 47,666. Same staff, other than 2020. That was his number. 47,300 in 2020 versus 32,000 in 2010. Same number of folks. The taxpayers. Yes, we gave you your $30 back for your sticker. Are we so wrong to give you $30 back? We took the sticker away, you get nothing for it. Beat me up, I don't care. We had all the complaints about real estate tax going up because of the appraisals. Well, we tried to lower it a little bit and make it even because it continues to rise. Are we such bad folks? I agree with Mr. Black on some issues. And I believe we can resolve this, but it's going to take work. It's not going to take pointing fingers. It's going to take work. Get into the numbers. Everybody says, well, if you give them a $2 raise, then they're working out of their salary range. So what? Fix it. Because when I give you a 5% pay raise at the top, you don't say, oh, I'm not in that salary range, so it doesn't bother me. I can get whatever I can take. Doesn't work that way when you're doing what's right. We want to give our little folks money. When I say little, I mean the people in terms of salary, in terms of hourly pay. You want to do that? Hey, I'll sit at the table with you all day long. You want to give our teachers pay raises first? And those folks, I'll sit at the table all day. But I'm telling you, I ain't. I know that's incorrect. I'm not, under any circumstances, going to continue to pile on the top level of people 5% when the bottom people are suffering the worst. And I'm going to stick to it, and I don't care who doesn't like it. That's the way it's going to be, as long as I'm sitting in this chair. That's my comment. Now, the question is, how do we proceed with the budget? We had a work session scheduled for Tuesday. You want to continue with the work session to refigure the budget, take a look at it? That's the 19th.
I don't really have any changes to the budget, Mr. Underwood.
Mr. Forehand, you have changes in the budget?
Just what was discussed amongst already with Mr. Black and the unit.
Changes to the fire department, and you want to look at schools.
I just want to have that discussion.
You'll have that discussion. All right, Mr. Black, you obviously want to have a work session.
schools are going to be big debate, but I think you and I, on the non-school related, I think you and I agree on the government side, some of the changes.
Correct.
Right. So I think we need to have that discussion too. Yes.
So so basically your discussion is around school funding.
School funding, and then
Right.
yes, and then make sure with the other board members we understand what's for the non-government. I mean, for the non-school part of it. What
Right. So our hourly employees as well, in terms of what we're trying to do for those folks. Mr. Seeley. Mr. Seeley, good. Ms. Long.
That felt like digging through this thing, so Tuesday would be fine.
Tuesday. Mr. Thomas.
Actually, the school thing is the only thing to discuss for me, so I would have gone for an hour and a half before our meeting on the 24th or 26th.
Not enough time.
As opposed to next week.
Okay, it looks like the major discussion is funding for, well, I think Mr. Pardon and Ms. Smith, didn't we discuss the need to have that adopted by, we had the public hearing tonight.
You needed to adopt the tax rates, which you have
Tax rate,
done.
we're going to do that in just a minute.
You cannot adopt the budget tonight, even if you wanted to, because you have to wait
tax rate.
7 days after the public
Right.
hearing. So we're on track for the first work session next Tuesday, and then you can adopt whenever you want after that.
So we have to have the work session Tuesday in order to do the 7-day notice to do the 26th.
My mistake. I thought we had a meeting on the fourth Tuesday, but this is an even month, so we don't have a meeting.
Right.
So we just have that one work session meeting where we can have a
work
discussion
session,
and then adopt the budget.
Then adopt the budget on the 26th.
Well, no, we can adopt the budget next week because that'll be 7 days, right?
We have to have we can adopt the budget.
Yeah.
I believe you could adopt the
tax
budget.
rate.
You've already done
tax rate tonight, right?
You've already done that.
Yeah. So we could have a meeting on the 19th. We don't have to have a meeting on the 26th.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Is that correct? Is that
Let me
correct?
double check that you can adopt on the 19th. I believe you can, but I'm not 100% certain of that. I know you cannot adopt tonight.
Yeah, that's
say it one more time.
You cannot adopt the budget tonight.
Right.
I believe you can adopt on the 19th, but I'd want to double check that to be sure.
Okay.
We'll do it at our next meeting.
So then the budget discussion tonight will continue on the 19th when we recess after this meeting. Okay. Any more discussion regarding the budget?
Let me make sure I understand one thing. The extra 3% the schools were requesting was 1.1 million. That's what it.
1.1, I believe.
Is that
1
right?
Point, is that right? 1.1?
Okay. I wanted to make sure I wrote it down right.
That's the 3% COLA on the top of the
3% additional to what the state has given, with the match and all that.
The school has proposed that they will provide a 7% raise.
Right.
And they'd like for the county to provide an additional 3%.
Right. So when we gave them, I don't think you were here, when we gave them more money for the insurance, that was like $1 million. And it was, yes, I said you weren't here. I was looking for an answer that way. It was $1 million 1 year and then 600 the next year. Is that what it was? $1 million and then 300? $1.6 million and then 3. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
All right, any more discussion? All right, so we'll continue that on the 19th. We're going to item number 5, proposed fiscal year 23 through 27 capital improvement plans, the CIP. Mr. Pardon. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, Ms. Smith.
It's okay. Good evening again. we will review the fiscal year 23 to 27 CIP budget. I have broken out the infrastructure and the equipment and transportation requests. So for the total 5-year CIP, the total request for infrastructure is 92,786,500. The total infrastructure that's recommended for the 5-year CIP, $93,726,500. For fiscal year 23 alone, the infrastructure request, $11,242,000. And for the recommended items, $3,650,000. For equipment and transportation, the total 5-year CIP, $12,047,894. Total recommended, $11,267,982. For fiscal year 23 alone, equipment and transportation requests, $4,108,078, and total recommended $2,917,184. For the vehicles and equipment for the county portion, the registrar has requested $150,000 for voting equipment. That $150,000 is being proposed to come from Caroline detention funds. Sheriff police vehicles, total of $385,675. That would be financed. The fire and rescue vehicles, $1,467,000. That would also be financed. Engine 10 needs some additional funds due to some escalation in costs of $270,000. We've already borrowed the $330,000 for this vehicle. Engine 6, $625,000. Brush 1, $96,000. Ambulance 17, $226,000, and an uplift for company 10, which would be $250,000. Chief, what's an uplift? Upfit. The items that go inside.
I know.
Infrastructure for the county and utilities. The Sparta Fire Station requires an additional $300,000. That would be financed. Carmel Church Fire Station also needs an additional $700,000. That would be financed. Gymnasium floor, $50,000. That would be financed. There have been some conversations in regards to removing this item from the CIP budget. Water supply well development, $400,000. That would be financed. A water treatment facility for Pendleton, $1.5 million. That would be financed. And water tower painting and water mixers, and that's for the inside and the outside, $700,000, and that would be financed as well. The county and utility CIP funding, the revenue side of the expenditures, there will be the transfer from the CDF to the CIP for $150,000 and lease purchases of $5.5 million for a total revenue for the CIP fund of $5,652,675. Vehicles and equipment for schools. Classroom technology, $50,000. That would come from CDF, Caroline Detention Facility. So with the staff computers and a total of $50,000 as well. Maintenance, development, grounds crew expansion for some lawn items would be $130,000. That would be leased. 5 replacement buses, and those are without air conditioning, $579,509, and that would be a general fund transfer. Maintenance and student transportation vehicles, total of $105,000 for those 2 vehicles, and that would be leased. So the subtotal for the vehicles and equipment, $914,509. The funding, the revenue side for those expenditures, of course, the transfer from general fund, $579,509 for the buses, the transfer from CDF, $100,000, and the lease purchase for those vehicles and the equipment, $235,000. And that concludes the presentation of the CIP budget.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Board members have any questions? Mr. Forehand? That a no? Oh, thank you, Mr. Black. Mr. Seeley?
I had one, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking for what I circled, actually.
The procedural matter, we can do questions now, but we need to do a public hearing as well.
Excuse me?
You can do questions for Mrs. Smith if you have any, but we also do need to open a public hearing on
Oh,
that.
I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. And I got off track and we still are at public hearing. You're right. Okay. So the public hearing is now open for the proposed fiscal year 2023-27 capital improvement. Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding the 2023-27 capital improvement?
So I have a question before I have a comment. So capital improvement, would that be like the football field? Okay. So
anything over 50,000 is all right. Anything over $50,000 in cost.
Okay.
So what would be the football field?
So I just have I know that the football field is less desirable and needs some work. So I was leaning towards the turf field, but it came to my attention that a lot of colleges are not doing the turf field anymore because of injuries and stuff. But there's a hybrid field or something that could be done. And I believe I'm not.
Mr. Tunstall. I'm sorry.
Tunstall, yeah.
Yes. You didn't state your name. I'm sorry.
Tanya
Yes.
Tunstall, Mattapanai. So also, I don't know if this would fit in. Like, would uniforms fit into that? That's not.
No, I don't think so.
You got one in that section for that?
I think schools do, we don't.
Okay. So, so the football field, you know, I think it needs a lot of improvement. So if we could come up with an idea to, you know, a hybrid or something. I'm not an engineer, so I don't know anything about it, but it's something that I believe that it needs. You know, my last kid is a junior. He was a state champion wrestler. And
no,
but I have 15 grandkids that will be going, and I have granddaughters that play football, grandsons that play football. So I think that's something that we need to look into.
Thank you.
That's it.
Yes. Right.
I agree with her as far as the football.
Your name, please, again.
Oh, sorry, Laura Marks, and I'm Chilliesburg District. My son has been playing football for the last 3 years for Caroline High School, and we agree as parents that the field should be improved. If our children are playing on a nice field and they look good, then they're going to play good. Then they're going to feel good about themselves. You know, I'm part of the Caroline Cavalier Football Club as well. I have been going out all around in Caroline and out of Caroline getting sponsorships because there is a building where they hold the equipment. And not only do they hold the equipment in that building, but they also hold the lawnmowers and everything else, where my husband and I have put a lot of money into Caroline High School football team, where we're going to replace the siding on this building, and it's money coming out of our own pockets. And it should actually be coming from the county and or the school board, not from our pockets. But we love our children, and we love the school. So we're doing whatever we can do to provide. So I ask that, you know, it's been in the budget for quite some time now, I think 5 years, to replace the field. We finally got a nice track. I think it's time to reconsider and think about doing the field as well. We got a new coach, so things are looking great, and we're all excited about this year. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Underwood, Vice Chair Black,
evening, Ms.
members of the
Stevens.
board. I'm Marcia Stevens, Chief Operations Officer of the school system. The school division requested $7.3 million, and the county administrator recommended $914,509, which includes 5 replacement buses for our replacement cycle of 15 years. The number reflects $14,820 over increase. I want to mention the $2.4 million for facility increase. As you all are very well aware, the General Assembly still has not passed the budget, and the House actually has amended the budget based on their amendments to remove that $2.4 million. The infrastructure at the HVAC infrastructure at Caroline Middle School was installed in 1992 as original equipment. It is nearing end of life according to an air quality study by an outside independent agency on December of 2020. The schools have $3 million in the COVID monies for that project specifically. We have additional millions in there for the short-term fixes that we also need to take care of the $8 million that was in the air quality study. Of that, we have $3 million, 75%. We're asking for an additional $1 million from the county in order to be able to complete that project by September of 2024. We thank you for your consideration of that funding.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding the capital improvement fund? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding the capital improvement fund 23, 20 through 27? Seeing no one coming forward, the public hearing is closed. So board, we need to.
I have a question.
Mr. Seeley?
Finally found it. I thought maybe Mr. Thomas had this put in because I saw that we have a golf driving range in the Parks and Rec infrastructure budget, which is the first time I've ever seen that. I mean,
well, let me tell you, if I had put it in, we would be doing it.
It was something that Donnell Howard proposed, Mr. Seeley, and it's out in the outlying years at this point and can be revisited, but
well, it's actually, in all seriousness, since I am a golfer, I have seen our high school golf team, and they are in the beginning stages of a team. A lot of the team members are just learning how to play. And at different courses, Lee's Hill in particular, they have state champions that have been playing since they were 6 or 7 years old. That go to Massaponax or schools in Fredericksburg. So it is something we could train kids up for years. I'd volunteer to work there because I do a junior golf camp in Fredericksburg too. So even though it's an out year, I hope I'm here to see it happen.
but wouldn't it be more advantageous to take advantage of one of the courses that's got one and just partner with them to do that rather than trying to own one? Because
it would be good to do that, but you know, God bless the child who's got his own, because the golf course is not necessarily going to want to have 100 screaming kids out there or 20 screaming kids. So it's a good Parks and Rec thing wherever, but I think he tried to partner with the 2 golf courses left in the county, and neither one really was excited about doing a Parks and Rec program. And
how about the driving range at 2 and 17?
New Post?
Yeah. During the day.
That's Spotsylvania. I mean, I don't like.
Just a question.
Well, it's in the out years. We're gonna do it, Donnell. I didn't see it, but now I see it. We're gonna do it.
Well, that's all right. I had to call Chief Lossos because I saw
Yeah.
$229,000 boat and the line was missing, so.
But
Thank you, Mr. Arnold.
you're welcome. So how you wish to proceed here, gentlemen? We need to go to in the work session. All right, then we'll include this in our work session on the 19th. Thank you, gentlemen. Agenda item number 6, excuse me. A proposed repeal of Chapter 103, Article 5 of the Code of Virginia, Caroline County Vehicle License.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm just going to summarize some things that have already been said regarding this, but
I think we're okay.
The purpose of the public hearing is to consider the repeal of the county ordinance that imposes the vehicle license or VL tax on all cars and trucks that are garage stored or parked in Caroline. And the current tax is $30 for cars and trucks and $25 for motorcycles and similar two-wheeled vehicles. It's the tax is previously associated with the purchase of a county sticker, as someone said. When the board made the decision to eliminate the requirement to purchase and have a sticker, display a sticker on the car in 2018, the VL tax remained in place, and that's why it's still applied to the June tax bill. I think it's caused confusion for people, not understanding, well, you're not getting a sticker anymore. Why am I being taxed? What am I getting out of that? And I think the commissioner's office has taken quite a few complaints regarding it, but it is a significant source of revenue for the county, general fund revenue. The current year's budget estimates over $1 million would be collected again with the June personal property tax bill. However, the large anticipated growth in personal property tax values, Commissioner's office estimates the values to grow by about 34% compared to 21. So if you're going to consider eliminating the VL tax, now would be the logical time to do it. And as we've said, even with the personal property tax rate decreased to $3.50, as you did earlier this evening, and eliminating the VL tax, we're still anticipating over $2 million in additional personal property revenue. That completes.
Thank you, Mr. Pardon.
Yes, sir.
The public hearing for the proposed repeal of Chapter 103, Article 5 of the Code of Caroline County repeal of vehicle license is open. Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Last time, is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding the repeal of the Chapter 103, Article 5 of the Code of Virginia, repealing the vehicle license tax? Seeing no one come forward, this public hearing is closed. Board, how do you wish to?
Move for the repeal of vehicle license tax.
Second.
So there's a motion and a proper second that we repeal the vehicle license tax. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item number 7, an ordinance to amend Article 6, Chapter 103-41.1 of the Code of Caroline County to remove personal property tax proration of boats and boat motors. Mr. Pardon.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this amendment comes at the request of Commissioner of the Revenue, Mark Bassoon, and I appreciate his staff hanging out with us here late into the evening. The reason for the change is that it's difficult for the Commissioner's office to accurately determine when boats are bought and sold based on the registration changes that happen not through DMV like cars and trucks, but through the Virginia Department of Wildlife Resources. And so what happens is the changes often they're notified or become aware of the changes months after the sale of the boat. And that causes a lot of dissatisfaction and confusion with amongst taxpayers and an inability to apply proration uniformly for boats. And I think that's the primary reason that Mr. Bassoon's looking for this change. But I did want to stress that it would not affect any other proration for any other class of personal property.
Thank you, Mr. Park.
Strictly related to boats.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Can I get a motion?
You need to do public
You
hearing.
public hearing,
I'm
but
sorry.
we need to know the revenue impact.
Okay. The public hearing for the ordinance amendment Articles 6, Chapter 103-41.1 of the Code of Caroline County. Public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter?
Here comes Mr. Bassoon.
Oh.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Good evening,
members
sir.
of the board, staff. I think I heard the question, revenue impact is what we can make of it with the way it's going on right now. It's $5,000, $5,638.25. Hopefully by moving this to non-prorated, we'll get a better handle on it. We won't be able to truly track it until we get the first annual download next year and we start regulating the program. Actually this year. So this year and then moving forward, and then we can have some true numbers. But right now, it's about $5,600 plus or minus.
Loss.
Yeah.
Okay. Move the adoption of.
We're not out of public hearing yet.
I thought you closed the public hearing.
No.
We're still.
It was.
That was a question. No, you didn't. Okay, close it. Let's go.
Any other just questions for Mr. Bassoon?
You got to close. The
Hearing none, the public hearing is closed. I closed the public hearing.
Okay.
I already did that. I did that. Yeah. Board members, how you wish to proceed?
Mr. Chairman, I make a move we adopt the ordinance amendment Article 6, Chapter 103-43.1, the Code of Caroline County, to remove the language proration for personal property tax for boats and boat motors.
Okay.
All right, there's a motion and a second that we remove the personal property tax proration of boats and boat motors, which is amendment Article 6 of Section 103-41 of the Code of Caroline. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. All right, unfinished business. Agenda item number 10, review a special exception 11-2005, Mr. B's Bluegrass. Mr. B was here earlier, made his comments. Oh, he's still here. Oh, he's still here. Oh, okay. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, if you remember, this item was continued from your previous meeting. There was some public comment concerning noise and events held after hours in potential violation of the special exception permit. The board did ask Mr. B to be present tonight, and he is here to address any questions that the board may have.
Okay. Good evening, sir. Board members, you have questions? Howard.
Mr. Underwood?
I have a couple, but.
Well, I have one.
Ms. Long?
Thank you for hanging out with us this evening. I know it's way past my bedtime. I'm fading up here. But I just wanted to make sure that you are aware, and I mean, it's great. You all have been there for a long time, and there have been very few problems. But even if you rent your facility out to someone else, it is still your responsibility that they make sure they are in line with all your regulations. And I know that's hard if you rent it out and you're not there, but you may have to be there and make sure somebody else is there watching, because that's where the complaint came from.
Yes, ma'am. I'm aware of that.
Okay.
And I will monitor it closer. And I'm there for each event. I don't stay for the whole event, but I am always there.
Mr. Thomas?
I had one. Good to see Mr. Bowserman. It's
Good to see you.
been a while.
Yeah.
Since 2005, I do remember, and I actually, I'm sure you're surprised, but I actually attended one of Mr. Bowserman's bluegrass festivals years ago, and never heard of any problem until now. So this is the first time I've heard of a problem since you've been there, and it appears to be a case where it was somebody else acting on your property and not you himself.
Questions down.
So, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Bowserman. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Anybody else have any comment?
Nancy's district now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's what's what do we need to do here, Mr. Fincham?
There's no action necessary. It's a review. Unless the board wants to, consider revocation of
Board
special
wishes to
exception
do
permit.
continue
I don't
as we
think that
as,
was the issue.
board wishes to continue as we are. Mr. Bowserman, thank you, sir. We took so long. I know it's been a long night, but we do appreciate your comments and you being here.
And if you have any issues, call me. I think you're in my district now since they changed our lines around. So maybe I'll get down there to hear some music this summer.
All right, thank you. Hope so.
Okay, have a good evening.
Item number 11.
3-year review. 3-year review again?
Yes, sir. It automatically will be rescheduled.
Item number 11, RZ07 2021, DR Hort, owner applicant.
Mr. Chairman, this item was deferred to allow some additional clarification related to the condition related to the age restriction of the occupants. You have the what we believe is the final draft of the language that was proposed by the applicant to replace the original language. What the applicant is requesting is that for all of the dwellings, at least one of the occupants will be 55 years or older, meeting the age restriction provision of both the state and federal codes. Nobody under the age of 19 can be there more than 90 days. So that in theory addresses the school age issue, not having school age children from the generated by the development. The one exception to the 55 would be if the age qualifying resident passed away during occupancy. Then if the surviving spouse was less than 55, that person could continue living until either they passed away or the house was sold. And as always, even with the original application, this would require covenants, restrictions, and a homeowners association as your initial and primary means of enforcement. Chris, do you have any other? Okay.
Mr. Underwood, can I go ahead and make a motion that we adopt Maple Grove draft proper amendment? What do we put it?
Just
this is what I was.
RZ 07021.
Yes.
You okay with this?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I did. I mean, but this is better than the 80-20 that they were talking about.
Yep.
All right, there's a motion and a proper second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Discussion. I'm sorry. Discussion.
No, this actually says what he wants.
Right.
What he wanted it to say.
Yes. All right. I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
We go home now.
Item number 12 is the capital project. And only we have, well, one, I'm sorry. The cap projects update, okay? I think we did say that, Mr. Thomas, I'm sorry. All right, we have one other item on the agenda from closed session.
I didn't hear what you said, Mr. Thomas.
Oh, what I said was instead of you giving us the capital projects update now for current projects, you could give that to us during the work session on the 19th.
Sounds good to me.
That'll be part of the work session. So we have two items for the agenda.
And it really,
the budget, and we'll talk about school money and capital projects will be the two agenda items for the work session.
3. Capital projects CIP for 2023 and on.
2023.
And current, this one is the current capital projects.
Gotcha. So you want both? The update on the current,
Just to
and
make sure we
discussion.
do it. Yeah.
We said we're going to talk about
It
the
should
new.
only take 2 minutes, but I ain't want to give it up now.
Okay, great. All right. Mr. Black, we have a motion.
Coming out of closed session. A motion to approve a supplement appropriation of $2,000 for the FY 2022 to the planning department.
That's not, that wasn't what we came out of.
What they just gave me.
No, that's not what we came out of closed session with.
Yes.
Well, inspections more specifically, but which is within the planning department. That is the motion.
The one for Kevin.
Yes.
Is that the number?
That's the number that's in,
for the remainder of the current fiscal year.
Oh, for the current fiscal year?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, that sounds right.
Read that again, Mr. Black.
a motion to approve a supplement appropriation of $2,000 for FY 2022 to the planning department.
Inspection specifically, which again is
Yes,
in the
okay,
planning.
inspection department.
All right, there's
Second.
all right, there's a motion and a proper second that we approve additional funds to inspections department. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I'll take a motion to adjourn to the recess.
Recess, but we
Mr. Chairman,
recess to the 19th
I need
in
recess.
EOC. Up.
It's 6 o'clock.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
You do need to be thinking about the date for a meeting with the county attorney to continue the discussion of the solar agreement. Okay.
Yeah,
Very good.
can we do that on the 19th as well and give it agenda item number 3?
Does that work for you?
How long is it going to take?
We just need. We can't. I don't think we can actually do that on the 19th. I think
We can't make it part of the work session.
I think that would probably be a challenge.
A challenge because
There's a
time.
Well, yeah, we want to make sure we have enough time to go through it all with you. Given this is to prepare for the May and June delayed hearings that we have coming up.
Okay. Well, you'll be prepared for the 26th.
We can do it the 26th.
All right, come 15 minutes before the start. Okay. We will. Oh, that's right. We don't. That's right. We don't. All right. We'll discuss.
We can
a date.
It's just a matter of time.
Okay.
Your time. I mean, if you have the time coming off that budget work session to then go into solar.
We're only discussing 2 items in the budget that we are going to consider any change, so that shouldn't take very long.
Okay.
And the capital improvement is not going to take the CIP budget update, and the CIP 23 to 27 is not going to take maybe 15, 20 minutes.
Okay. So do we want to do? Is that okay with staff?
So I think we add it to the agenda on the 19th.
On the 19th? Okay.
Yes.
If you feel like there's time for that, yeah.
There is time. We got all night.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Underwood, what time on the 19th?
6 o'clock good?
6 o'clock.
So we're going to recess. I'll take a motion to recess this meeting 6 o'clock on April. We didn't give a time.
I make a motion, we recess this meeting to the 19th at 6 o'clock in the EOC.
Second.
there's a motion and a proper second that we recess to the EOC on the 19th, 6 o'clock. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none. The ayes have it. We are in recess.